Good morning. Welcome to the campus of Princeton Theological Seminary for the conference, Art, Sacred, and the Common Good. My name is Margarita Mooney Suarez. I'm a professor in the Department of Practical Theology here at Princeton Theological Seminary, and I'm the founder and executive director of Scala Foundation. As I was preparing for this conference this week, I got an email from a woman in the audience who flew in today from Minnesota to be here, and she said simply, "Thank you for doing this conference. I am starved for beauty." It wasn't until I first taught a class in 2013 on the topic of human happiness that I realized that, having been trained in psychology and sociology, I actually had virtually nothing to say about human happiness. So I began to turn to moral philosophy and to theology to look at some of the questions that I wanted to understand better about how human beings find meaning and purpose. As a part of that class, along with my students, I took a test of character strengths. The idea being, if you know your strengths, you'll become even happier. Well, I already kind of knew what my strengths were. My mom was a psychologist. I grew up taking tests, she was practicing on me. So I didn't learn anything new when the test came back and told me I was highly analytical and really competitive and achievement-oriented. But I was really dismayed when the test told me that I was lowest on making time for appreciation of beauty. And I thought to myself, what happened to my love of beauty? I love beautiful sunsets. I enjoy art museums, even though I can't paint for anything. I grew up singing, mostly with my mom playing guitar in Spanish and singing along in church, whatever. I loved singing. When had I lost time to appreciate beauty? When I was here in graduate school at Princeton University studying sociology, I relished the beauty of this campus's architecture. I went on long walks in the woods at the Institute for Advanced Study. I found a community of people who shared my loves for both the intellectual life, the spiritual life, and the joyful life. We even had a sense of humor with those with whom we disagreed. Alongside Patrick Deneen, who later went on to write the book, Why Liberalism Failed, in my summers in Princeton, I played for the political science softball team called Leviathan. Our fiercest rivals were the invisible hands of economics and the dream crushers of the admissions department. My reputation on the softball field apparently followed me back to Princeton because just yesterday, I was getting recruited by the revolting masses of the history department, begging me to come play for them this summer. But that test in 2013 did reflect my honest responses to what had happened to me as I pursued more and more achievements. There was really, what that test told me was not to be more analytical and controlling to become happier, but that I had to rethink the connection between my desires and my actions. I also realized when students took that test that what it most revealed to them was just how unhappy they were and unsure where to turn to find meaning and purpose. They described elevated stress levels, anxiety, and I began to worry that actually maybe I was part of the problem, that I was passing on to them this kind of one-dimensional way of looking at life. So that's why when I moved back to teach at Princeton Theological Seminary in the fall of 2016, I started Scala. Scala's mission is to infuse meaning and purpose into education by promoting a classical liberal arts education with a keen attention to beauty and wisdom. Our reading groups, faculty seminars, student trips, intellectual retreats, and programs like this conference, our first in the last 2 years, helps equip students, writers, artists, intellectuals, and educators with the ideas and the communities of people with shared loves needed to revitalize culture and restore the unity of beauty, truth, and goodness. Here at Princeton Theological Seminary, I've been able to develop my interests in teaching classes like Christianity and liberal arts education, aesthetics and education. And what I'm hoping, and when I published my book last year entitled The Love of Learning, 7 Dialogues on the Liberal Arts, the one topic everybody wanted to hear more about was beauty. So what I did was I launched another round of webinars, Dialogues on Beauty, which it's now a book that's been completed, The Wounds of Beauty. It will be coming out with Clooney Media this coming June. But I also organized this conference as a kind of a response to the questions I've been getting as I talk about the intersection of liberal arts education, beauty, and human happiness. I really have come to think that a misunderstanding about what beauty is and what is its role in human happiness is part of the personal crisis many people feel, as well as our societal crisis. In fact, I fear that we are going into a more and more contentious public culture, and often even a religious culture that's devoid of reverence and joy. A lot of young people do feel like there is a Leviathan holding them down rather than lifting them up, and somehow that there are invisible hands controlling them, manipulating them, taking away their freedom, and that their dreams are being crushed. When I graduated from Yale University in 1995, I spent the next 3 years working in Costa Rica, traveling around Central America, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, talking to people who had been recruited to fight as part of the revolting masses. I did my first book about Haiti after the end of the era of liberation theology, and I spent time visiting Cuba, where my mother was from. And the question that I asked after all of those trips was, what are the revolting masses going to do when the revolt is over? So today, I want us to both be pessimistic as well as optimistic about where we're going with this topic about culture and beauty. We're going to begin with a panel on theological and philosophical perspectives on beauty. The whole structure of the conference is supposed to be more about conversation and dialogue on these important questions, bringing people together from different perspectives. I also really wanted you to be able to experience beauty. So after our first panel and a coffee break, we will have a choral concert led by Paul Jernberg. He wrote an original composition of lauds, morning prayer, for this conference. We got a sneak peek of it yesterday, and it was fantastic. And by the way, this is not something that's just going to be performed. You will be participating with the choir, so please get ready for that. Then after that, we will have our second panel on storytelling, literature, fiction. What does it look like in today's age to have stories that unite rather than divide? After lunch, we will hear from artists and musicians about what does it mean to bring ancient forms of art into the modern world. And we will close with a panel on beauty in the curriculum. What does it actually take to get beauty, both as a subject, but also as an ethos that underlies all subjects, into the curriculum? So I will say that I do believe that this topic, although for many people it sounds philosophical or abstract, I think it's really urgent. We are living through the worst mental health crisis of students that I think anyone has ever seen. We are going through a political crisis where I think people don't know what their common good is or what our shared identity is. As I've mentioned, I was afraid that I was contributing to this through sins of omission and sins of commission. I've seen way too much of an outright embracing of meaninglessness and nihilism that fuels resentment and anger with no vision of unity or truth at the end. This conference today is all about beginning again, from the foundational questions of who we are as human persons, what is the proper end of education, what does it mean to love truth, Why is beauty important to human happiness? And what does all of this mean for the common good? So many people are starving for beauty. And many people are also trying to destroy beauty. I really hope that each and every one of you here today, whether in person or online, takes what you learned today and bring it back to your own context. We really hope to welcome you at future Scala events, but I want you to know that we're only going to be able to build a society of mercy and compassion, a truly flourishing society, if each and every one of us takes the time to ponder the relationship between beauty and truth and goodness. I want to once again thank the two co-hosts of this event, the Continuing Education Program at Princeton Theological Seminary and Scala Foundation, and I also want to thank the many co-sponsors we have for this event. The Common Sense Society, the Witherspoon Institute, the Hildebrand Project, the McGrath Institute for Church Life at the University of Notre Dame, the Bruderhof Communities, the Thomistic Institute, the Pepperdine School of Public Policy, and the Institute for Humane Studies. Thank you and welcome. We're going to have the first panel now, but I'll just make a couple of public service announcements. You've probably already figured this out, but men's and women's restrooms are on the third floor. There are additional restrooms on the basement. You are welcome to have all the coffee and water and food you want in the basement or outside. Only coffee and water in this room, please. And I know some people were asking about Wi-Fi access. The Wi-Fi password, get your pens out. I mean, those of you who want the Wi-Fi password, I didn't mean all of you. Maybe all of you are. It's capital P, Princeton, capital I, Internet, 1812. Princeton Internet 1812. All right, first panel.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. We're using the microphone in part because the event's being live streamed, so forgive us as we're passing microphones back and forth, even if you could likely hear us without them. Thank you, Margarita, for hosting the event, and to all your co-sponsors. My name is RJ Snell. I'm Director of Academic Programs at the Witherspoon Institute here in town and the moderator for this panel. The title of this panel is Culture and the Common Good, Theological and Philosophical Perspectives on Beauty and Our Life Together. So we're going to be trying to think about how beauty relates to the common good, how beauty can in fact relate to community life and the well-being of communities. It seems obvious to many that the common good or the commonality of communities is perhaps under some stress or some fragmentation. It's not obvious we know what the common good is. It's not obvious that the common good is always being experienced or indeed flourishing at all. Now, it seems somewhat interesting, or maybe even in some tension, to think of how beauty relates to the common good. It seems to me that there is some tension there. Beauty, as we know, we have a cliche on this, is in the eye of the beholder. Beauty, as we know, can be a very private and subjective experience. What I find to be beautiful leaves you cold. What I find gives me a strangely warmed heart, you find somewhat repulsive. And so beauty seems to be something potentially individualistic, subjective, and private. On the other hand, we have also all had the experience, perhaps at the recessional hymn or at the fireworks on July 4th or at the singing of the national anthem, where we feel a deep commonality and bond with each other through an experience of beauty or what have you. But of course, the questions continue. Did that sense of commonality have much to do with beauty, or did it have to do with a sense of fellow feeling, of belonging? As a younger man, I remember feeling a great sense of belonging at a concert of a band that I would now be embarrassed to admit that I appreciated and admired, and would not let my children listen to or admire. And I've also felt it at listening to Beethoven. So perhaps it didn't have much to do with beauty at all. Perhaps it simply had to do with group dynamics and belonging to something. But we also have to ask, how does beauty relate to the good, let alone to the common good? You can have group dynamics and a sense of fellow feeling through a song at a cult, or in mass hysteria, or a group of real evil. So we're trying to figure out how beauty relates to the common good, not only asking the question of beauty and some of the tensions and questions that beauty naturally elicits to us, but also paying attention to different theological and philosophical traditions which will be represented here on the stage. Joining us today, and we'll proceed in this order, first with about short 5-minute presentations, and then just a conversation back and forth among us. First is David Corey from Baylor University and Baylor in Washington, D.C., Father Reginald Lynch from the Dominican House of Studies, and Gordon Mikoski here from Princeton Theological Seminary. So thank you so much for joining us, and with that, we'll begin with David.
Does this work? Does this work? There we go. Well, maybe as an opening, I'll just say a few things about the difficulty of defining beauty to make our matters worse. There is a Platonic dialogue on beauty. It's a very short one. It's the Greater Hippias, so it's bigger than the Shorter Hippias, but it's still a short dialogue, and it ends in an impasse. They don't actually succeed at defining beauty, and I think that's a pretty good starting point for us. It's difficult to get a general statement that encompasses everything that's beautiful and excludes everything that's not beautiful, the typical Socratic problem of defining. But I want to just, without trying to define philosophically, lay down a few characteristics of beauty that might help the conversation. One is that I suspect it's ineffable. That is to say, we can't adequately capture it in words, although we know it when we see it or hear it. The second is that I often wonder whether beauty is the right object of analysis, because I think that beauty is an instance of a broader category, and that category is aesthetic experience. And if we broaden out to aesthetic experience, we can solve some puzzles about beauty. For example, if we listen to classical music, we might say it's beautiful, but if we listen to Verdi's Requiem and the Dies Irae, the day of wrath of the Verdi's Requiem, the word beauty doesn't leap to mind. And yet we are engaged in something we typically and conventionally call the beautiful, even though we're listening to a piece that's deliberately frightful and in some ways ugly. We need to broaden out to the concept of aesthetic experience to be able to let in experiences that in common sense get grouped with beauty, but in fact are not always beautiful in the simple sense of the word. That would be my second point. And when we broaden that out to culture, I think that matters, because I think there are questions about politics and aesthetic experience that are a little bit broader than questions about politics and beauty. The third and final point is that the experience of beauty, as well as aesthetic experience in general, is potentially an intrinsic good, which makes it quite different from most of the goods we surround ourselves with and participate in. Like other intrinsic goods, it could be put to use, that is to say, it could be pursued not intrinsically, but as an instrumental good for purposes it can bring about. And we do that, for example, in the revolution, when we bend art and music to the purposes of the revolution. But that's in a way to pervert something. Beauty doesn't need to be put to any use to be meaningful. And that's why it's a unique way of answering Margarita's desideratum for meaning. Turns out, as far as I can tell, that human meaning comes about most prominently, most visibly, most obviously in communal practices around intrinsic goods. And there aren't very many of them. There's love, friendship, play, worship, aesthetic experience, and pure intellectual inquiry, not for something, but for its own sake, for understanding, as Aristotle would say. And it's in a liberal capitalist culture that tends to instrumentalize everything, even friendships, even religion, that these primary goods that deliver meaning to human life get lost. And so I think for me, at least, that's going to be the key to any questions about what the relevance of beauty is in our politics.
Well, great. Well, thank you. It's a privilege to be here, and I'm grateful to be part of this panel. I think, speaking from a Thomistic perspective, is this better? Okay. Speaking from a Thomistic perspective, there are a number of intramural debates, let's say, within Thomism about the nature of beauty for Aquinas and its relationship to the human person and human society. But one thing that all working from a Thomistic perspective agree with is that there's an intrinsic relationship between what's classically called the transcendentals and the experience of beauty. Whether or not you count beauty among the transcendentals themselves with the Platonists, or whether you follow a slightly different modified tradition where beauty is a kind of aspect, let's see, a tangible aspect of goodness. There's an intrinsic connection between transcendental concepts like goodness, like truth, oneness, which ultimately lead back to the commonality of the divine essence for Aquinas, which connects the idea of beauty with other types of concepts like divine exemplarity and the moral life, precisely because goodness itself as a concept forms the perfectibility of the individual creature, the human person, as a sort of journey back to God, a journey back to the exemplarity of the Creator. And so beauty in this sense, even as an aesthetic experience, is something that can deeply inform a Thomistic understanding of the moral life when we think about what it means to be a human person, what it means to be happy, what it means to grow in communion with God and with one's neighbor. Beauty as whether it's the aesthetic experience of visual art or even just the encounter with something, an idea, let's say, which is beautiful, or some other experience of that kind. It's an encounter effectively, according to the mind of Aquinas, with the goodness of God, transcendentally mediated, if you will, through the smaller individuated instances of goodness that occur in creation and that are more accessible to our experience. One way to think about this is in terms of the primacy of form for Aquinas and the Thomistic tradition rather than the material. And that is to say that what's most true and what's most universal, what's most true for all of us, what's most true for every historical period of human history is what is most true of God himself. And so form in that sense is the truth behind the experience. As human persons, we have a certain amount of contact with that through our senses and through our everyday experience. But God, as it were, has a kind of top-down view of formality, a view of substances and essences from the inside out that we will never have according to our natural process of knowing. But the construction of art objects, for example, if you ask certain Thomistic philosophers like Umberto Eco or others in that vein, Jacques Maritain, the construction of art objects, whether it be a symphony or a painting or anything of that kind, makes the accidental features of beauty correctly and proportionally arranged a more accessible experience of the deeper formalities that inform our existence, that inform reality. And so art in that sense, as a construct of human experience, has a definitive role to play in forming our appreciation of the good and forming our moral lives together as individuals and as a society.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you.
This past Tuesday was a big event that mainly went unnoticed. That is, on Tuesday of this week was the 200th anniversary of the birth of someone who has deeply impacted at least every American in this room, probably without most of us knowing it, and that was the 200th birthday of Frederick Law Olmsted, the designer of Central Park, the one who is responsible for cities in America having public parks. He's also responsible for Yosemite being preserved, Niagara Falls, the inspiration and the principles that guided the establishment of the national park system. Frederick Law Olmsted grew up in Hartford, Connecticut as a Calvinist in the Congregationalist vein of things, so I'm representing kind of the Reformed tradition. And even though I'm Presbyterian, the Congregationalists are close cousins of ours. And Frederick Law Olmsted lived next door to one of the most famous of the liberal Reformed pastors and theologians, but a little too liberal for his family, Horace Bushnell. Eventually, he moved away from organized Christianity because he saw that clergy in particular were hypocrites, basically, who didn't practice what they preached. They talked a lot, but they didn't actually embody charity or kindness or love to their fellow human being. Before he became a landscape architect, probably the first landscape architect, he worked for the New York Times when it was just being established. And his assignment was to walk through the South of this country and to write dispatches back about what was going on in the 1850s. He said, I'm going to have an open mind, and I will just write what I see. By the time he was done writing about his journeys through the South, he became an ardent abolitionist because of what he saw of the inhumanity of humans to other humans, blacks and whites, in that institution. And his work in public parks, especially New York's Central Park, was connected with his abolitionism. That is, human beings need beauty of all races, classes, genders, to be together and to experience beauty in order for democracy to work. Because cities tend to have dehumanizing aspects to them, especially in the industrial aspects of the 19th century, but even today. So Central Park is, I would say, and it's not my idea, somebody else said this, but I think it's true, the most important work of art in the 19th century, maybe of all in American history. It's where, because nothing you see in Central Park is what it was when Frederick Law Olmsted and Calvert Vaux found it. It's all constructed with the idea of having experiences of beauty for all peoples. Unlike in Europe, where the wealthy could have access to beauty. But in America, the idea was all peoples should mix together freely, apart from the dehumanizing aspects of capitalism and the city, in order to recover their God-given sense of what it is to be human. So a park is a work of art, and it's a poetic embodiment of God-given beauty. So the more I think about this, the more I think that parks, public parks in our cities, are embodied icons. They do almost everything that Orthodox icons do theologically, but they're embodied and they're democratic for the common good.
So one of the things I would like to explore is the role of beauty in the common good. It's been brought up by each of you in a slightly different way. Gordon mentions the gathering place of the park. David mentioned the role of aesthetic experience in community events, a festivity. Reginald mentioned the morally formative power that beauty can bring. We have, it seems to me, been trying for a long time in our political theory, when we think about how to create the common good, been privileging reason. Should we continue to do that? And how is reason part of the problem? What role is there in using beauty to challenge, to perfect, to augment reason? Why shouldn't we continue with the way we're going in political theory of trying to find enlightenment, ideas, the argument, the analysis?
That's a great question, RJ. Yeah, I think we'd have to define reason first. I think it's underappreciated that Thomism, if you will, as a perspective or a worldview, is first and foremost a theological one that's based in a contemplative life of prayer that centers one's whole reality and one's whole existence, as it were, around the idea of God and his revelation. But secondly, it's also a pre-modern worldview, right? It's just as opposed to the rationalism of the 17th and 18th century as it is to maybe other forms of subjectivity and that sort of thing. So I do think that the opposition, let's say, between aesthetics and rationalism that's perhaps crept into our discourse is a problem in some ways, and recovering a living connection between beauty and contemplation might be a way out of that. That would be my response.
I think that's a good question. What do we mean by rationality? Rationality is God-given, but it's not free from corruption. That is, reason can be used to rationalize all kinds of things, including consumer capitalism, and to managerialize, using reason to make everything work efficiently and so on, and to put us in a kind of cage that dehumanizes us. So going back to the park thing, Frederick Law Olmsted never had a walkway that was a straight, rational line. It was always meandering, so that it would be a kind of holistic engagement with the mind, for sure, but also the emotion and the body and the social. So the mind disconnected from emotion and embodiment and social reality can lead us into some very dehumanizing places. But reason is not bad, but it can be used to justify, rationalize things that may be dehumanizing. But the best way probably to keep it properly balanced is to also connect it with what it means to be a human in a holistic sense.
Yeah, so there are two kinds of reason, and the one that we're worried about here is the instrumental form of reason rather than the contemplative form of reason that is able to apprehend the forms of things in our daily experience. There's a real temptation when thinking about beauty in politics, and I can go with it some way, but there's a paradox here that we have to attend to. The idea is, well, we want a healthy polity, we want a reasonable polity, but people are more than instrumental reason. Therefore, let's window dress with some beauty. The paradox is that when you treat beauty like that, you've subverted the thing that makes it special. So, and yet, it's true, we want the trappings of beauty around our public life. So it's not that you can just say, don't do that. We should do that. But there also needs to be room in our public life for the participation in beauty as a thing in itself, as a good that nourishes us and that takes us out of the instrumental, or let's say utilitarian mindset, which, if that dominates the instrumental or utilitarian mindset, everything is for something else, then we become chains of meaning strung in midair with no ground. Everything is for something else, and that's what meaninglessness is, that we don't actually touch down on the things that find their meaning per se in the activities themselves and in those unique goods.
The longer that I stay in the academy, the more I get worried about staying in the academy. And a test that I've devised for myself is, what would my grandfather say in response to this claim? So Grandpa was a good man. Grandpa was also a very practical man. He was a farmer and a rancher. So I'm trying to imagine saying to my grandfather, so I'm playing skeptic here. I'm trying to imagine saying to my grandfather, what we need for a healthy polity is more contemplation. I could imagine my grandfather rolling his eyes about this. So let's explore. So we need a sort of receptivity, or beauty does encourage a kind of receptivity, it seems to me. It's a productive receptivity. It's not merely passive, but it does call us to attend. In what fashion does beauty allow us to attend in a commonality as opposed to my own attendance and my own private experience? And then what are the moral guardrails for that? So it seems to me one of the reasons that we have this promise of reason in politics is that it is democratic. We're rational animals. Everyone can reason. and a worry that experiences of beauty can be madness and uncontrolled. So first, how do we get commonality out of contemplation? And then what are the guardrails so that beauty doesn't lead to a sort of madness, but in fact a reasonable, rational polity?
That's a great question, RJ. Yeah, I think, so one way to think about reason in this sense, particularly in light of the emotions and other things, is just really to think of the rational faculty, the understanding and the will as working in consort with the emotions and the passions, not to think of them as opposed, certainly not to think of oneself as a sort of brain in a vat or something like that, trying to figure out political life or anything else from within one's own sort of orbit alone. But one of the ways in which the passions or emotional experience can really inform a life of contemplation is simply through their immediacy to experience. There's a degree of immediacy and even a reactiveness to experience there that really comes before, let's say, a more dedicated contemplative act. Contemplation would be sort of the highest chain, if you will, of the process. One can circle up and circle back down to experience and allow experience of beauty and other experiences that maybe aren't so beautiful also, right? That come into our sensory purview, our emotional purview, to be the sort of seeds of contemplation, to allow us to reflect more deeply on meaning and questions of that kind, and ultimately on questions related to God and the human person, but then to allow that to come back down and even inform. Although, Aquinas will say we always, at least in this life, we have a sort of political relationship with our passions, and he's following Aristotle there. So there's never a sense of rationalistic sort of dominance. And I think that's a good thing, actually. It's part of human life and part of being alive as a human person in the world. But nonetheless, a contemplative focus which sees, even if just implicitly and intuitively, the implications of who God is and who the human person is in light of experience, and allows that to inform decision-making and judgments about what's good, judgments about what's true, and even what's beautiful is a good thing, I think, and a healthy thing, yeah.
Maybe just two quick observations that could get Grandpa confused. The first one, I've thought myself, but I was greatly affirmed in seeing it in Thomistic literature. The contemplation of God is a highly exalted act, but contemplation itself happens all the time, and it happens on mundane objects, it happens to children, it happens to grown-ups. You can't not do it. So it's actually an experience that we all have access to. It's an arresting of the utilitarian relationship to things in order to perceive them in their essence with a sense of awe. Second point, we can say, you like chocolate ice cream, I like vanilla, what I find beautiful, you find appalling, but that's actually exaggerated. It's not the case that there is a mathematical clarity to beauty and that we all can say it's true like a formula is true. It's also not the case that it's just random. There are communal common sense standards of beauty. There are things we find beautiful even though there are outliers. There are reasons for the things we find beautiful. In other words, by and large, beauty taps into a cosmos that has order and reason behind it, and that produces common assessments of things. It's not as bad as complete subjectivity. If it were, we couldn't have conversations about beauty, but we do, and we do find similar things beautiful most of the time.
I used to be irritated reading Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics as a practical theologian. I love that book. And then at the end, he says, there's something higher than practical reason, and that's contemplative reason. And it took me a long time to figure out why is he saying that. And I think it's because that's what makes us human. We have the free play of curiosity and interest to just muse at the way things are without trying to fix something or do something. And it actually makes sense to me now that, some of the most ugly pieces of art are things done for an ethical cause. I don't find a lot of Marxist art that beautiful, personally, but having free play of imagination. I also read Aristotle through Kant. What makes us human in Kant's vision is spontaneity. There's a spark of freedom at the heart of us. And both, I think, taken together, point in the direction of Sabbath keeping. That even the most creative being of all, if you can say God is a being, doesn't work all the time. God takes a break and enjoys and appreciates. There has to be a space for freedom and spontaneity and play even. And counterintuitively, I don't think that what will solve our political problems is more hard work and hard thinking, maybe. Maybe it's to recover a sense of taking a break and having free play of imagination and space to encounter people with whom we differ without an agenda.
I would imagine that for many of us, this seems intuitive. We're in agreement. So can we do a bit of diagnosis of why what seems so obvious and seems so obvious for so long to so many in so many traditions seems so absent or foreign to our contemporary moment? So let's try to do a little diagnosis. So you mentioned Olmsted's Park. There's a great Olmsted Park in Milwaukee where I lived right on the edge of the park and spent many happy hours there. The county commissioner at the time when I lived in Milwaukee was going to close down, he later became governor, he was going to close down part of the park. He was going to develop some of the park. And I was morally horrified. It's the only letter to the editor I ever wrote, was writing about this. Please don't do this to Olmsted's Park. Or David, in your initial comments, I was reminiscent of sort of intrinsic goods and commonalities. I was thinking of Joseph Pieper's book, one of my favorites, In Tune with the World, where Pieper says the difficulty is not throwing a festival. The difficulty is finding people capable of enjoying one. He says we're so existentially poor that the idea of doing things for their own sake, of contemplating either in the highest things, let's say, from Book 10 of the Ethics, or the mundane things of every day, we struggle to do so. Why is this so foreign to our common moment or to our current moment, what we're articulating here and the insights behind?
If you unpack what we mean when we say we're a pluralist country, one way of understanding that is that we have different ends that we're pursuing. You can see this on the progressive versus the conservative spectrum. There are certain goods, certain ends, social justice, progressives are pursuing. There are certain ends, certain goods, family life, traditional morality. These are just examples that conservatives are pursuing, but we are likewise pursuing ends. In a country where those ends are the subject of extreme disagreement, and in a country where the power of the government and the purse are very high, the stakes get very high. And we slip into an attitude of politics as if it's a species of war. It's something, not cooperation, but war. And Hobbes is the best analyst or diagnostician of that condition, because in the condition of war, there will be no, and he proceeds to list things that are valuable in their own right. Everything gets instrumentalized. And I think we're less capable of participating in intrinsic goods because our relationship to goods is one of political utility, sometimes economic utility in a different vein. And our relationship to ourselves has become one not of disinterested friendship, but of what I like to call comradeship. We're comrades in a cause. And this affects the way we perceive things all the way down.
I think in terms of diagnosis of the problem, it's our minds have been colonized by consumer global capitalism. I'm not a Marxist, but there's a lot of truth in the diagnosis that Marx offers. We're just caught up in a frenzy of acquisition and trying to get money. Some of it's just to survive, but it was interesting. I mean, most of the pandemic lockdown was bad, right? We all suffered from that in various ways, some more than others. But I remember being in endless Zoom meetings, looking out my window, and I was like, oh, there's flowers out there. And oh, there's a fox on this street right here out inside of my house. And I just thought, wow, I never noticed those things before. Because I'm so busy as an academic, doing all my academic, very serious stuff. And I wouldn't say that the pandemic was a good thing, but it at least caused a lot of us to have opportunities to stop and to reevaluate. I think one of the reasons that there's a shortage of labor in restaurants and things is because some people decided, after having a chance to pull out of the frenzy of global consumer capitalism, to say, is this really worth it? Is this what I want to do with my life? And then saying, no, I'm going to do something else, and redirecting. Not everybody has that freedom or that option, but I do think unplugging from the machine is pretty significant. And it's the economic machine that is probably the biggest cause of the problem. I don't have a better alternative, because I certainly don't want to go in the direction of every attempt of Marxism that's been enacted. And I don't believe that if you just give Marx a chance, it'll all work out. So we have a problem, but I think capitalism in its consumerist global aspects is killing us.
Yeah, I think I would, just to echo what's already been said, and maybe to expand a bit, I think one thing that's really missing from discourse is the Socratic method in some ways, and a recovery of true philosophy in the classic sense that seeks the truth as a good for all, and also recognizes at the outset that no one entering into the process has all the answers. But by contrast, ideology believes in its own answers so stridently that it, resorts to violence to silence the other side. And I think, there's traces of that in all corners of our culture today. And I think that's a great poverty, intellectual poverty in many ways, that in previous generations and in previous times, the humanities championed in many ways that type of discourse. And I think that's maybe something we could recover.
So to follow up in a similar sort of theme, Pieper continues by saying that many of us no longer can, in fact, see. We're so existentially poor, maybe because of an agonism in politics, maybe because of consumerism, false understanding of teaching and philosophy, other reasons as well that we could explore. We've become not physiologically incapable of seeing, but existentially incapable of seeing. How to recover sight? So it seems that one of the things that we're suggesting is the power of beauty to create community, to allow us to see, to contemplate, to live, to flourish. If Pieper's at all right that we have lost the power to see, it's then difficult to imagine how beauty breaks through. It can be everywhere and not known. So how do we use beauty to foster virtue, help recover the soul, and so on, when the soul is not disposed to being recovered? Beauty will save the world, but somebody needs to be there to be saved.
Well, that's obviously a very difficult question. Since the name of Socrates has been evoked, it might not be that this fragile way of experiencing God's gifts before us can be taught on a grand scale. This might be something that we can set the conditions to encourage individuals to come to experience. Certainly, the liberal arts, as they were classically understood, open up windows to this experience. And then there's the problem that the classical arts, liberally understood, was not for the mass of our country, right? I mean, it was for a fairly elite minority, not because we're slaves, but because we're slaves to necessity or careerism or something like that. To have the images available and to encourage, this would be my cultural or political hope, that we can recover institutions where small groups of people, because that's where it really does work, can engage in the activity of co-enjoying beauty. This can happen in churches, it can happen in schools, it can happen in clubs, it can happen at museums. I'm leery of national solutions that are heavy-handed and that are trying to, in your phrase, use beauty ... because of the paradoxical nature of beauty itself.
When I think about this question, I think about Gen Z, which is at this point about 36% unaffiliated with any religious organization. It doesn't mean necessarily, I'm not sure I agree that interest in beauty has been driven out. There's a tremendous interest in mystery and in the transcendent, but in not the usual terms. I mean, I think it's just part of our nature that we're always interested in something that's beyond ourselves, or that we're touched by it, either music or narrative or film or something. And I see a whole generation of people who don't look to churches as the answer, but they are interested in something beyond themselves, something that is meaningful, and they don't really have the language to talk about. So it's a lot of dabbling and appropriating here and there, but there's a deep hunger. I think it's not gone away. It's just not in the ways that traditionally formed church people recognize.
Yeah, I think just to expand on some of that, it is difficult to communicate objective standards for beauty at times, particularly when we live maybe in a society now when there's so much seeming disagreement or lack of consensus about what is true or what is good. What is the place of aesthetics in that conversation, right? Certainly in post-modernity, there's been aesthetics has taken the place of morality in a Nietzschean sense, or it's adopted other sort of larger philosophical roles in existentialism and phenomenology. But I think a recovery of a meaningful sense of aesthetics as in relation to the social whole or the common good, for at least from a Thomistic perspective, will always involve some reference to the transcendent. And ultimately to God himself, who is the common good, according to Aquinas. And that doesn't mean that every painting and every aesthetic experience has to be an explicitly religious one. Certainly not. That lacks a certain human authenticity, in fact, that doesn't express wholly the breadth of human experience. But nonetheless, the presence of transcendence in art, by reference, even in darker depictions of human suffering, there's transcendence, I would say, by reference, let's say, in Picasso's Blue Period, for example, or other types of art like that really evoke, let's say, a darker spectrum of human emotion, but nonetheless resonate with the truth and ultimately the good.
Well, so we're to the church, so let's talk about the church then. I don't know what everyone else's experience is like, but certainly my experience of beauty in church is the terms have very little to do with each other. That a great catastrophe has occurred, and that beauty is often used in sheerly manipulative ways in church, the sort of sense of now we will concoct worship and make you feel as if you are worshiping God. Or we can think of the sort of dreadful kind. Years ago, my mother enrolled us in like a DVD of the month club for the children, and it's the most schlocky Christian films of all time, where you pray and you win the football game and get saved, and it's all very nice. You know the type. We've denuded the churches and so on. So at a time where there is, I still think, an existential poverty. I don't disagree that the human nature remains what it is, and people look for mystery oftentimes outside of the church. The church is, and we don't want a national solution, right? We don't want the National Board of Beauty to come in. Could you imagine? What is beauty's role in the church, and what ought that be like?
Okay. Well, yeah, it's certainly true that there's an awful lot of bad ecclesiastical art out there, or other things like that. I think, kitsch is always the enemy of true art, right? In the sense that, and it's a risk if art isn't properly understood or taken seriously, then kitsch is the default result, basically, and that can get pretty bad at times, right? And instead of being a gateway to a transcendent understanding of the person or morality in relation to the authentic perfection of the person, it ends up just being a moralism at best, which is not helpful. So I think there are real challenges there, but abstracting perhaps from the challenges of our present time, I think the balance of true aesthetics in a sacred context is a delicate one, and one that requires real work and attentiveness, and that takes time and effort, to say the least. So.
There was a phrase in what you said when you were contrasting kitsch to beauty, and then you said, beauty opens like a window into the transcendent, and that's why it's invited into church. Right. It does help. It is a delicate balance. This is a terrific book on the subject, by the way, that was being handed out. Beauty in the Light of the Redemption wrestles with this question, and it does so in a really light-handed but profound way. In church, beauty is I would risk saying it is a handmaid, but it's a handmaid because of what it essentially is, and that is that it's a door into something. It's a door into transcendence, and it puts one in awareness that there are things bigger than oneself, and that there are standards higher than one's own standards, and for that reason, it belongs in church. But the danger of kitsch, I would agree, is extremely real.
I'm probably from the wrong tradition to talk about beauty in church. How can you tell you're in a Calvinist space? Because it's beige. We don't do visual beauty in church traditionally in the Calvinist world or Reformed world because it's about the beauty of Scripture, right? It's all of our spaces for worship are about hearing. It's about the ear, hearing the words of Scripture. We're good Muslims in that respect. We don't want images. We want patterns, but really it's about hearing holy text. And so in the Reformed tradition, you basically have to rebel against that, because I think that died. Oh, it's still there. You have to rebel against the fetishization of simplicity and a kind of anesthetic sense. Like Van Gogh, for example, who grew up in a Reformed pastor's house and had to rebel against parts of his faith in order to just reclaim a sense of beauty. Interestingly, Calvin wasn't against art and painting and sculpture and so on. It's just don't drag it into church so that you fixate on those things and not hear the word of the Lord. So we have a problem in the Reformed tradition with beauty in church if it's not the beauty of, let's say, singing the Psalms. That's safe because it's the word of God. Other things could lead you astray. And we haven't quite figured out how to navigate that, although we do now have organs. And we do have things that we sing besides just Scripture. But, it wouldn't kill us necessarily to have visual beauty. And one of the things I keep agitating for is, we could have some color around here. It might help our thinking theologically.
One of the things this book offers is a theory that's really worth pondering. There's a certain kind of beauty, he calls it formal beauty, and separates it from a kind of a metaphysical beauty, and beauty by analogy. And the formal beauty, we only receive it in two ways, through the ears and through the eyes. And that the rest needs to be set aside for his purposes, thinking about beauty in the light of the redemption. That's an arresting claim, and we're going to object to it initially and say, well, what about taste? Isn't taste the model for all beauty? He's got a good argument, and it's actually hard to resist, so it's something you can learn from him if you want to pick up this book. I'm not selling the book. I'm just saying there's something interesting in it.
No, it's a great book. It is very good. I happen to think it's Hildebrand's best on beauty, better than his aesthetics primary. So it's a great book. Father, earlier you mentioned, you were referring to the postmodern where the aesthetic has replaced morality, and you made what I took to be an interesting comment about the kind of dark undertones or the tragic. Hearing you all talk about kitsch made me think about the role of the awful or the ugly or the disfigured. It's very tempting to think of beauty as the pretty, the pleasant. Right? Beauty is well defined by Thomas as being which causes delight. You mentioned Umberto Eco. He has lovely books on beauty. He also has that one on ugliness, just ugly images. The crucified one was not good to look upon. What role, if any, is there in church or outside of church for the awful, the ugly, the bloody, the wounded, not merely the pretty?
I think this is where you get a little bit of leverage by zooming out to the aesthetic. And so to touch down on a really concrete example, Shostakovich's Fifth Symphony comes to mind. He's asked to write something more appealing to common people, more beautiful. He gives you a little bit of that in the last movement, but it's an aesthetic that rings hollow, it's shiny, and false. But there are moments in that symphony that unbelievably are able to capture political terror, and mass suffering, and they are not pretty to hear. They're extremely disturbing. But you want to hear them, and what he's doing in essence is taking the common experiences that are ugly, but we have co-suffered them, and putting them in a museum frame of music, and letting us see them without being in them, standing outside from a sort of God's eye view in order to distance ourselves but co-appreciate what we are suffering. And so aesthetically speaking, that makes perfect sense. But if you think beauty is prettiness, it makes no sense at all.
On this subject, I think of not Reformed thinkers, but Lutheran thinkers like Luther himself and Kierkegaard, that there's an irony involved in the cross. Like the beauty of God is in the ugliness of Christ dying on the cross, his bloodied face. And all of the suffering of humanity somehow can be thought theologically about in terms of the crucifixion as a wretchedness, a God-forsakenness. And there is a kind of ironic beauty in that God experiences rejection, torture, persecution or execution by the state, and everybody leaves him. And it's a poignant, ironic beauty. But I think Luther's right. If you want to see what the beauty of God, you look at the face of Christ on the cross.
Yes, I completely agree. And I think, one of the dangers of sacred art that trends towards the kitsch or even ends in iconoclasm is that it's not fundamentally incarnational, and it doesn't direct one's attention to the sacred mysteries, particularly to the mystery of the incarnation of Christ and his death and resurrection as well. And so the only thing in that sense, from a more transcendent perspective, that could make suffering beautiful at all would be God's presence. Otherwise, it would simply be devoid. It would be an experience that was simply awful, right? And what enables some sense of transcendence there is divine embrace, I think, and good art in this sense, according to the mind of Aquinas or Aristotle, is going to mimic nature with an end towards leading you towards the formalities that underlie the goodness of nature itself. And so even a depiction of something awful, right, in this sense, I think true art will always have at least the intentionality of finding its way home. Whether or not the artist, him or herself, found that personally or not, the art as a product and as an experience has that capacity if it's true art and avoids the foibles of kitsch or iconoclasm.
Gordon, I appreciated your joke about everything being beige. Robert Barron has referred to beige Catholicism, which is the Catholicism which doesn't believe very much, nothing too controversial, but it also doesn't have much awfulness to it. The sanctuary is beige. The wounded Christ is gone. The music is the best of 1978, which, as we all know, was the pinnacle of human civilization. It just makes no claims or demands on anyone, and so no one responds to the claims or the demands. Trying to think about how to use beauty, it's the wrong approach. David's already corrected me rightly for using it, but fine. How to use beauty, particularly church beauty, religious beauty, at a time where it seems to me at least somewhat plausible that the old American civil religion, which did provide unity, not for all, but for many as part of the cultural story, that civil religion is in quick and grave decline. There is very little sense of a common story. I'm thinking of McIntyre's sense of being asked to die for the United States is like being asked to die for Verizon. It provides a service, you pay for it, and that's it. It's a secular society. It's not a religious state. Civil religion and its common story is in decline. Should the church use beauty, access beauty, for national common good, for political common good, or are we to stay in church, have beauty for church, recover ourselves first, You see the thrust of my question, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of complexities there that I don't know if I can resolve here, but I do think it's the case that for a long time, theology has been sort of carrying the weight of philosophy in modernity and in post-modernity. And so nothing will really, that is to say, nothing will really take the place of an authentic recovery of natural philosophy and the political components thereof. So that would be the first thing I would say. But be that as it may, there's an awful lot that theology and ecclesiology and the church as an organ of society can do to promote the goodness of the human person and the goodness of society through its own behavior and through its own, even its aesthetic appeal, to the extent that that's an outward-facing experience that people have of the church. But what's different, I think, that a theological perspective brings is, a sort of top-down perspective on creation itself, which is sapiential and infused with an experience of divine wisdom that comes through faith, hope, and love. I think that does have a very particular, although sometimes hard to define, aesthetic face. I think we should work to cultivate it for the common good of ourselves and of society.
I came home from the dinner last night, and my wife was outraged. And I said, "What's the matter?" She said, "They preempted Jeopardy for the NFL draft." And at 9:30, it was still going on. And I thought, this is a very weird phenomenon. I think it's a kind of attempt at civil religion reasserting itself. It's the beauty of competition. I mean, there's a mania and an alternative religion, which is sports in America. And so the question is, can churches provide a compelling alternative to the beauty of athletic competition? I think it has to be the beauty of love. Love for refugees, love for poor people, love for enemies. I mean, if we're going to get anywhere, and that's going to be compelling, it has to be the beauty of acts of love.
On the note of compelling, this is why kitsch, to go back to that, now we can see why it's so dangerous. Because we live in a world starved for beauty. Therefore, there's a real possibility of the church supplying something that isn't going to be found anywhere else. But it's got to be believable. It can't be unbelievable, because what people think about the church is that we're naive. Or hypocritical. Or both. And if you come into the sacred space and you're served an incredible, an unbelievable form of beauty, nothing but bad is going to follow from that. But if you enter that space, and it's extremely difficult to do. Be mindful of the fact that after World War I, after the sheer evil marvel of that war, classical music fell silent. I mean, nobody knew what they could say because music couldn't marvel anymore. We're not there now. Music can marvel. It can make us marvel. But it's got to be authentic, I think. So there is a danger there.
It seems, one of the ongoing scandals, of course, of our own witness is that we ourselves are not in unity. We represent various traditions, just here, in fact. But even internal to the various traditions, there is not an agreement about what authenticity would mean in churchly beauty or religious beauty or acts of beauty. What would your advice or counsel be to those of us who, without a sort of naivete about, we can snap fingers and have unity, how we ought to think about overcoming differences of what we believe to be authentic in beauty, in religious life, and so on? What is a path forward for us recovering some of our own witness with the beauty of the love we have for each other?
While they're thinking, Respighi wrestled with this problem, the Italian composer Respighi. And he thought Italy had a unique solution. And he returned, not nostalgically, but he returned to the church modes, those primitive building blocks of Western music that never entirely left our music, but which became somewhat subordinated to the fetishization of dissonance and complexity. He returned to those modes, and I think I think his music speaks with tremendous authenticity because of its grounding in the past and its refusal to deny what has happened historically. In other words, it acknowledges modernity, but it gives it a footing in the past that gives his listeners a sense of a narrative that is comprehensible and makes sense. He redeems the present by linking it to our grounding in the Catholic past.
I think we need to form people, at least I'm speaking as an educator now, a Christian educator, form people in a way that reflects something the dynamics of the Trinity, where persons have both clear identity and openness to one another. And, it's always dangerous to sort of make analogies to human formation, but nevertheless, I've been in ecumenical dialogues and interfaith dialogues, and the worst thing is for Protestant liberals, of which I kind of tend towards, to do a watered-down, let's all get alongism. It's much more productive to be who you are, right? To own your identity and your particularity, and to be open. That's the trick. Not to be open at the sake of giving up on your identity, but not to so assert your identity that you can't be open. Holding together clear commitments that you stand for something, and you're open to learn from others and to be open to be influenced by them and to share. That's the trick in our polity as a society, is to how do we help people to be who they are in their identity and be open to the other. We haven't really solved that yet.
Yes, I think from the perspective of the Catholic tradition, at least the authentic renewal will always come from a renewed adherence to the body of Christ through the theological virtues, and that implies communion. That implies the body of the church. That implies a broader commitment to humanity and society as well. And I think good aesthetics follow from that. Not automatically, certainly, but do follow from that. And without that first fundamental building block, we'll simply dissolve into a kitsch which avoids actual problems in a way which becomes morally offensive, right? Or into a kind of traditionalism which is simply an empty recreation of the past, and neither of those is sufficient for the future.
Are many more questions to ask, of course, but our time has come to a close. Thank you, Father Reginald and David and Gordon. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I'm sure, as some of you have noticed already, I gave you the wrong internet password. So don't worry, I'm going to write the correct one up on the screen here. I will also write down the Twitter hashtag, especially for those of you watching us on live stream. I forgot to welcome you. There's hundreds of you. And I even got some notices from some watch parties happening, like the Crew Arts and Culture group has gotten together for this great event. So thank you to Princeton Theological Seminary for live streaming this for us, and welcome to our live stream audiences. On your way out, I'm going to ask Daryl, who got recruited this morning, to give you the programs for the 11 a.m. concert with Paul Jernberg. So please enjoy your coffee break. Come back at 11. You don't want to miss the concert because you're singing. So make sure you get your program, look at the music, and see you at 11 for the concert. And Emily Harris, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a favor to ask you. We are going to start singing in a minute, so please take your seats. Now, Paul, okay. Hi, good morning. Good morning. Hi. Please make sure you have a program to sing and take your seats. We're about to get started. The choir's coming in, or where is it? Okay.
Together.
All right. Sorry, I'm in the way. We are about to start. Make sure you have your program. We're starting.
Yes, I remember your face. Are you Holly's husband?
You know, so just leave them there. But that's it. We got it. We got to start. Hello? Welcome, thank you. Welcome back. We are now going to begin morning prayer. You should have a pamphlet. We are going to ask you to sing along. I am delighted to welcome Paul Jernberg in the Institute of Sacred Music and a choir to lead us in a participatory morning prayer. Paul is going to explain to you what we are doing this morning.
Thank you, Margarita. And in a sense, it's a concert, but it's really not. Because with what we're about to do, we hope to do beautifully, but it's meant to be a prayer. It's the morning prayer that is being sung throughout the world with this the texts come from the Catholic Breviary. And we'd like to invite everyone to participate, not necessarily in singing, but if you can, please do. It's the divine office is by nature a contemplative experience. It's by nature taking the time to meditate on the Psalms, especially, sometimes the texts from the Gospel, and chanting the Psalms. So there's just a few things, and if you had a chance to look at this, you might be overwhelmed by the practical guidelines, because there's all sorts of little things. But I wanted to at least give you an idea of what's happening. Not to worry if you cannot follow all these little guidelines. That's not because the point, and these are practiced, whether it be in a monastic community or in a lay community, the point is not that we're just following all these rules, but the guidelines do, over time, they become second nature, so as to facilitate a truly contemplative approach to the divine office. So just a few of these, so you know what's going on. we're going to be singing antiphonally. That means we'll have two groups, this group and this group. My right, my left, etc. Okay, so this group will be led by this side, by the men. This side will be led by the ladies. And the exception to that is the first hymn. The first hymn, actually, it alternates between men and women. So that's the exception. We're not going to go from side to side. Because we have different harmonies for the ladies and for the men. So we're going to be standing for this. If you can stand, as soon as we start, we'll all stand. Normally, there's a good deal of sitting and standing in the office. But to simplify things a little bit, we're just going to stand through this day. And if you need to sit, just go ahead and sit. Whenever we sing the doxology, the glory to the Father and to the Son and to the Holy Spirit, the idea is there's a holistic approach to this that's developed over the centuries, whereby gestures are very important as well. So whenever we sing glory to the Father, including the first hymn, where we have the last verse is a doxology basically, we may make a deep bow, if you can. Make a deep bow as we sing that. And that's a gesture of adoration that really does add something, and it engages our whole body in this. Now, another thing that is, you'll notice we're going to sing 3 different psalms, and then we'll do the Benedictus, the Canticle of Zechariah from the New Testament. And each one of these will be using different psalm tones. These psalm tones are melodies that are rooted in antiquity, that we still sing today, that they're melodies, but it's not in meter. It's not in 4/4 time or 3/4 time. It's meant to facilitate, they're melodies that fit the texts of the psalm. So when in doubt, follow the choir. It's okay. And if you're not sure about bowing or what, you'll see how it works. I think it'll be hopefully be very intuitive. You'll notice that on the psalm verses, there are different indications. So you see anything bold or bold italics, that's the moment where the melody changes. And if you see anything in simple italics, that's the point where a note that's in parentheses is sung. Now, if that's just like mind-boggling, don't worry about it. Just do the best. It's not to worry at all. It's all meant to facilitate the natural flow of what's going on. Now, another really important point is as we chant the Psalms and the Canticle of Zechariah, there's an ages-old practice that we're going to do that is actually quite important. And that is in the middle of each verse, whether sung by the left side or the right side, we're going to take a rather lengthy pause that might seem a little bit unnatural at first, but which in fact is very important. So we sing, for example, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." It's going to, whoa, what's going on here? Well, the thing is, it gives us time to stop and breathe and then go on. And it's an amazing thing. And there's a whole history behind it. So it's not by any means my idea, but we're going to do that. And so don't jump into the second part of the verse. Follow up, once you get into it, and basically the length of it, in monastic traditions, sometimes it's measured by an Ave Maria or a Pater Noster or whatever. We're just thinking of stopping, taking a good breath, and then going ahead. And that breath allows us not just to rush through the words, but to really sing the words with concentration and devotion. So, I think we're ready to start. Okay, again, so please join us as we sing if you can, or if you prefer just to listen and soak, then that's fine. Let's see.
The live stream can't hear. You have to speak into it.
One other note, we do have an icon here. We were hoping to have it in the center, because that's traditionally, we want to have a visual focus as well. But it was logistically very difficult to do. So, yes, okay. We were hoping to have the icon in the center, but logistically it was almost impossible. So the icon is here, and you know that there's an icon over there too. So that is visually, if you need to turn your attention to that, that's fine as well.
Christ, the dead above. Master. While we live, we are responsible to the Lord. And when we die as his servants. Both in life and in death, we are the Lord's. That is why Christ died and came to life again, that he might be Lord of both the dead and the living. The Lord is risen from the tomb. Alleluia, alleluia. The Lord is risen from the tomb. Alleluia, alleluia. He hung upon the cross for us. Alleluia. To the Holy Spirit. The Lord is risen from the tomb. Alleluia, alleluia. Peace be with you.
has made known to us the life that lasts forever. With faith and joy, let us cry out to him, saying, Lord, may your resurrection bring us the riches of your grace. Eternal Shepherd, look on your flock as it rises from sleep. Feed us with the word of life and the bread from heaven. Lord, may your resurrection bring us the riches of your grace. Keep us safe from wolf and hireling, and make us faithful in listening to your voice. Lord, may your resurrection bring us the riches of your grace. You are present to all who preach your gospel and give power to their words. Make us today preachers of your resurrection by our holiness of life. Lord, may your resurrection bring us the riches of your grace. Be our great joy that no one can take from us, so that we may reject sin with its sadness and reach out to eternal life. Lord, may your resurrection bring us the riches of your grace. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Set aside, O Lord, the bond of sentence written for us by the law of sin, which in the paschal mystery you canceled through the resurrection of Christ your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God forever and ever. Amen. May the Lord bless us, protect us from all evil, and bring us to everlasting life. Amen. Let us bless the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Thank you, Paul. That was fantastic. I don't know if Paul mentioned this when he began, but this music was all composed by Paul himself. Much of it, not the what? Not the psalm tones. Okay, there you go. Well, he can explain it more. But he arranged it. Okay, he arranged it for this. And most of this music had never been performed publicly until today. Is that right? The first time, I've heard the Our Father before, Paul. Okay. So this music, you all participated in the first time this music has ever been performed. I don't believe the choir members met each other all until a couple of hours ago. So all that goes to say, you will hear more from Paul this afternoon on our afternoon panel. I wanted to give him a break before he explains how he does this magic. But please take this with you, show it to your choir directors at your church and have them contact Paul. There is some beautiful music that can go in your churches. Although we had a choir singing this, everybody in this room was singing. This is music that anybody can participate in. Thank you, Paul. Thank you to the choir. And we will just move right into our literature panel. So please, take your seat. Thank you. Thank you. We will get you started in just 1 minute.
Testing. Sibilance? Sibilance.
Welcome back. We are now going to begin our second panel on literature, fiction, and storytelling. When we put together the vision for this conference on art, the sacred, and the common good, I think it's pretty clear how the choral music that we just heard performed relates to the sacred. But we also heard in our morning panel that really anything humans create can open up the door to the transcendentals. So the big vision for this panel, for me speaking as a sociologist who has drifted into moral philosophy and now into practical theology, I think one idea that really transformed me as I began to read more moral philosophy was that as human beings, we're fundamentally storytellers. We all tell stories about our lives, and our identities are caught up in shared stories, common stories. So one of the goals of this panel was to bring together professional storytellers from different genres of fiction, poetry, James Matthew Wilson, who is a poet and a philosopher. He's also the director of the new Catholic Masters of Fine Arts program at the University of St. Thomas in Houston. We also have Chris Beha, a graduate of Princeton University and a novelist. He is also the editor of Harper's Magazine. And we have Caleb Brown. He is a screenwriter and a script doctor is another way of saying it. Yes, so he works in the medium of image, film, video. So you each come from a different kind of genre. I will also say, because I've had extensive conversations with each of you, that
the work you do professionally is also something I believe you reflected about personally. How do you educate your own children in story and reading and the love of the art form that you have? How do you pass on your work? And honestly, each of you wouldn't have taken time away from your families and your careers if you weren't committed to passing on a bigger vision of how being a writer is not just something you do for your paycheck or for your self-expression, although maybe those things are important, but because you believe somehow what you do contributes to the common good. So I wanted to start off our conversation really just asking a kind of basic question and seeing how each of you might answer. What does literature, fiction, poetry, film writing as an art form have to do with the sacred and with our shared identities? So that's kind of a big overarching question to this. And I thought maybe we could just take a moment and have each of you let the audiences know a little bit about some of your work and how you see the work that you're doing contributing somehow to restoring a sense of the sacred, building a shared identity, and addressing some of the deep concerns and problems that we were talking about in the earlier panel about whether or not people are even ready to be able to enter into beauty. So maybe I will start on the end of the row. Maybe I'll start with James.
This is on. Up to my mic. Okay, I can do that, I think. Can you just repeat the last part of that question? Because I was worried about the mic.
Well, sort of a general orienting question to this panel is, what does fiction have to do with the sacred? And how is there a work of yours, a piece of fiction, that you think exemplifies for our listeners what literature or fiction has to do with the sacred and the common good?
So I'm hoping to maybe return to an aspect of this question later in our discussion and to reflect a little bit on some of what we heard this morning in the first panel. But to begin with just my own experience, I started writing early and started writing fiction and went to study in the Hopwood program at the University of Michigan, intending to be a novelist, and had written a great number of short stories and was finishing my first novel when I was a runner-up for the Frederick Exley fiction contest at GQ magazine, which a friend of mine had placed in the year before and had gotten a 3-book deal out of it. So I thought, I'm on the cusp of becoming a novelist. And it wasn't losing the Exley that cursed me. It was rather hearing a professor try to explain how iambic pentameter worked. As he spoke of blank verse and the pentameter line, I sat there thinking, how do you do this? How do you count syllables in such a way as to make them form a line of verse? And I don't remember the rest of the day's lesson because I sat there trying to write this line, a sonnet every day for 5 long years. And it took the rest of the class just to write that line. I went home that night and wrote 13 more lines over the course of 5 hours, and when I was done, I had a sonnet. And went running down the halls of the dorm room to show it to all my friends. Look what I've done. It was truly an epiphany of making. This seemed to be the greatest thing I had ever done. And I had worked in construction and built things in high school, so I was used to making things. But this seemed like a miracle of making. There was I entered into a kind of mystery. I came home from class for the next 4 nights, and every night spent 5 hours writing another sonnet, which ended up being about a guy who lives on the Jersey Shore drinking himself to death because he's upset about the election of Ronald Reagan. Who knows where that came from? I was, from my earliest youth, a great, passionate admirer of Ronald Reagan, so I just don't know where that came from. But what that encounter with the mystery of putting words in order said to me is that the act of human making is not creative. It's a kind of ontological discovery. It's the act of making involves and the practice of any craft involves a kind of conformity of the will to nature to bring something into being that wasn't there, but can only come to be through the cooperation of laws that you don't know yet, and that it's the act of making that teaches you the laws that you're obeying. Why this matters is in the terms of my own biography anyhow, is that I had a wonderful group of fiction writers with whom we critiqued each other's stories in my apartment one night a week. And we didn't have a whole lot in common except for two convictions. One was that craft mattered, and it mattered for the reasons I just suggested. And that craft well done could transform your life. That art, as the great sonnet of Rilke, the archaic torso of Apollo ends, you must change your life. To encounter a well-made thing of beauty throws down a gauntlet to the human soul to perceive the world more accurately and to live differently in consequence. I don't want to put too much of an emphasis on the live differently in consequence because what that encounter is not primarily moral. It's primarily ontological. That is to say, it's an encounter with reality, which is why, and an encounter with being can lead us in all kinds of directions. You know, Terry Eagleton once said that the people who were great advocates of the moral uplift of literature, when they went into Auschwitz and found the guards had been reading Goethe, they suddenly had some explaining to do. And I think that's true. And the explanation is that evil is part of an encounter with being, and so the encounter with works of art is not doesn't have a clearly defined moral valence. It's a more profound mystery than that. Encountering merely at this humanistic level, this level of the act of making, the way in which the made thing suddenly places demands upon us made me see slowly that the great humanistic aspiration is just to do a good job, to make something good, open inevitably onto the more profound mystery of the origin of things. Which is why, on the one hand, I'm a great believer in craft as its own end, that the artist's task is to just make a good work, but that there's a kind of irreducible tethering of that act of making to the life of the spirit and the transformation of the soul to become adequate to being and being itself.
Thank you, first of all, for having me here, and thank you all for coming. I'm going to just keep my remarks pretty brief so we can get into the conversation. I just want to raise a kind of trope that I fall back on when I think about some of the issues that you brought up in the introduction. It's said that when Constantine was building his eastern capital, he removed the temple statues from the temples throughout the empire, and he used them as decorative art throughout the streets of Constantinople. And the speculation is that he was doing this for two reasons. One, he was in the process of semi-passively Christianizing the empire, obviously, and so to remove the statues from the temple was to remove their ritualistic power in a certain way. To also open up the temples, many of which were converted into Christian churches. But there was another important element, which was by putting them out in the streets, he was allowing them to serve a kind of decorative function. And this was a central part of the process of removing their ritualistic power. And it also meant that during this transition to the Christian era. People who felt uncomfortable with losing their connection to the powers of the old ways could feel in some sense that the old ways were there, even though, of course, their power had been removed from them. And it is my sense that almost every form of art has gone through at some point in its history a kind of process like this of being removed from the temple and being made into something decorative. We know the way that it's happened with music, during this wonderful performance that we just all enjoyed. We had to be reminded this is not a concert, it's a prayer. Because we have become so used to, even when we're hearing liturgical music, to think about it in terms of a kind of a concert, an entertainment. And we know about liturgical painting, devotional painting. We know about what's happened with poetry and some of its roots in liturgy. We know about the theater, the part that Greek tragedy played in ritual, but then also, the Elizabethan theater had its roots in mystery plays and passion plays. There is, as far as I know, the first exception to that rule is the novel. And we've had some disagreements over this, but the novel is a fundamentally secular art. The novel started outside of the temple. The novel was never brought out of the temple into the streets. What does that mean? That means the novel has always been charged with creating its own context. This is one of the reasons why early novels are quite one of the most urgent projects of any early novelist was to explain what this book was you held in your hand, what it was doing, how it came to be, and why you were reading it. So in a novel like Henry Fielding's Tom Jones, he's constantly, there's an authorial voice explaining to you, this is this new thing called a novel. The other strategy for dealing with this problem was to pretend it was something other than a novel. So we know that a great many early novels were epistolary. We know that they had forms of found documents like journals. Defoe actually did not put his own name on the title page of Robinson Crusoe, and there was almost in a James Fry way a suggestion that you were actually reading the journals of a real castaway. And so that has been, we have now become habituated to the idea of reading a novel as an entertainment, and so we don't always have a voice in our heads saying, well, who is this speaking? Who is this narrator? Why am I reading this prose work that's a story about made-up people? In the high points of 19th century realism, the novel, as a let's call it an unproblematic art form, arose and almost immediately began to be undermined by the modernists. It's obviously a key strategy of the modernists to try and attach pre-novelistic epic forms to the novel. That's why you have novels like Ulysses. That's why you have Thomas Mann's novels like Dr. Faustus and The Magic Mountain. So the question of what is this form, what is it doing, what is its context, is built into the novel because it did not begin within a spiritual or liturgical or sacred context and then get removed from it. So that is a challenge for any novelist who is interested in creating art that can participate in the sacred or play this role. But it's also a great benefit to the novelist precisely because so many of the other forms have lost that context and they do not have a good means of creating the context themselves. So you have to explain to people before you start, this isn't a concert. You're used to, when you're listening to music, listening to it in this way. We're going to do it in the old way, There was no old way for the novel, and so that's something, as a novelist, you're constantly doing, is creating the context for your own work. So when I think about these issues, that's kind of the way that I am thinking about them. I think about them in the context of someone who is engaged in the secular art of novel writing, and how you create space for the sacred within that secular art. That's maybe a starting point, and we can get into more of it as we go along.
So my ambition when I moved to Los Angeles was, in fact, to find out how you could make movies that create an occasion in which someone can have contact with the Holy Spirit. That was my lofty ambition, but I had layers and layers of naivety around that. So Mel Gibson had just put out The Passion. It was that kind of occasion of making something so familiar, fresh and visceral, and it's now it's time for Christians to go take over Hollywood. I also made buckets and buckets of money. This is going to be great. I'm going to serve Jesus, and I'm going to get rich. I'm a millennial. So I went out there, and you soon discover that the only people sitting in rooms kind of talking clandestinely about taking over Hollywood are Christians. And we're complaining about the Philistine tastes of this town. All they care about is sex and drugs and fame, and we're trying to tell real stories of religious impact, and they're not going to give it to us because they're evil. I had a revelation through a USC professor who was teaching at Act One at the time. Her name was Babette Buster, and she had spent 8 hours breaking down The Shawshank Redemption, another movie that meant a lot to me. She went sort of beat by beat, pausing it and asking, what are we feeling and why are we feeling it? And showing all the layers of a film, kind of like someone would study a novel in an English class, but this was a film. And the theme of hope in Shawshank Redemption is not just some it's not something that shows up in anybody's, actually it does show up a lot, on the nose. But it's also earned, and it imparts a feeling of hope, an experience of that theological virtue that you can take with you as equipment for living. And that struck me as maybe God has been active in Hollywood long before Christians tried to come in and take it over. Maybe there is a logos to the universe behind the world that we share that can't help but pop out of movies that are made by whoever's making them. So I was struck by this experience of someone peeling back the layers and being kind of a museum guide, or more like what do you call it, a sommelier, who's pointing out these different taste notes and through this experience of watching something so that you get more out of it than you could have ever done on your own. And so, my ambition is still to write things that put people in contact with genuine experiences of faith, hope, and love. I guess that's the answer.
Well, thank you. I think I want to give you each an opportunity to go a little bit deeper into one of the central questions that I think each of you talked a little bit about. What does it mean for your literary genre, or for fiction in general, to have a public role? So I earlier talked about the sacred, but I think in part of thinking through what does literature fiction have to do with kind of a public identity, and what's the relationship to the sacred, we can pull out a little bit more about what each of you thinks about how your work shapes. I mean, I guess I would just be curious. I'm more of a consumer of literature than a writer. If I write anything, it's more creative, nonfiction, so autobiographical, but true stories, and I try to use the tools of fiction, right? So I read a book by Solstein, right, that he says that people who do history and sociology, the field I was trained in, we take all the drama out of life and treat people like data, points of data. So actually, I was pretty interested, Chris, that you wrote an entire book about what happens when we create a world where people are treated as data. So maybe actually I would just ask you to comment on that novel, right? The Index of Self-Destructive acts? Because you said a moment ago that the novel is a secular form of art. So granted that, I really see in your work a deep understanding of the human person, a critique of a kind of reductionist mentality that we heard about this morning. And I wonder then, in writing a novel like that, what is your motivation and what do you hope that readers are going to question, or where are you hoping to lead them by going into a novel the way that you did it with The Index of Self-Destructive Acts?
So the honest answer is I don't think a ton about the reader while I'm working. I mean, that's just, which obviously ultimately, what you want to have an impact on a reader. But Don DeLillo said that writing is a concentrated form of thinking, and that is a lot of it for me. I also find writing itself to be a kind of devotional practice. It is a kind of deep attention. At a certain stage so for me, I'm writing to try and sort things out for myself. At a certain stage in the process, having created this work whose origin was a working out for oneself, two things happen. One, the dictates of craft come in, and you want it to be a well-made work. You don't want it simply to be a working through for yourself, but you want it to be in some way an objective correlative of that working out, And then the other thing is you do start to think about readers and making this thing explicable to them. But I think, for me at least, I could not start with a message I have for the reader, and then as though it were a kind of an essay or a term paper or something like that. What I can say is that we have gotten into, I think, in the present cultural moment, an unfortunate divide where there are people who want to read literature and art in general in a very narrowly political way. They want to discern what the political message is, and then they want to check the political hygiene of that message, and then they judge the work on the basis of that. And that's, I think, that's a mistake. That's a kind of dead end to me, and I think there's a lot of just bad art that I find philosophically and spiritually impeccable, and politically impeccable, and is still bad art. And there is also, I think, some great art that is deeply questionable on those fronts. But the response, I think, has been this running away from the idea that the moral implications of your work is a significant factor in judging the work, right? So the response to the politicizing of work has been, on the other hand, people saying, basically treating all art as a form of escapist entertainment, and that we make a mistake when we try and ask those kinds of serious questions about art. So I think what we probably share in common is a sense of the aesthetic as an autonomous realm of knowledge about the world. Right? And there are certain kinds of truths that can only be arrived at aesthetically, and so that, to the extent that there is to me, a kind of a public mission to my work in the way you're talking about, I suppose it would be that. I want to assert the fact, and this is why when I say when I say that the novel is a secular art form and it has its own context, I don't mean to say that as a novelist I'm not concerned with the issues you're raising. I'm obsessed with them in a lot of ways. But the particular thing that happens when you approach those through a work of art that is an autonomous work of art, that is a big part of what interests me. And I want readers to have that aesthetic experience, and I also want them to understand that aesthetic experience as putting them in touch with something, with some underlying reality.
That was brilliant, Chris. I want to turn that question over to Caleb and also to James, maybe rephrase it. If I think I heard what you were saying in resonance with what the other is saying. I hear you describing writing of a novel, again, to use the word that James used and you just used it, as a craft. And in that craft, there's a process of discovery, even for yourself. So you don't start out with a meaning you're trying to convey to other people, because you yourself as a writer are trying to discover for yourself what this story is about. But then I think the next step, and maybe you could answer this as well as the others, as a master of a craft, you reflect on what you've created. And you ask yourself, oh, is it conveying what I think it's supposed to be conveying? So there is that moment in the writing when you ask, is this craft actually conveying something? And that would be part of what distinguishes a good piece of craft from a craft that never really gets to be a craft, that it is communicating something. But you don't always start out with that knowledge, is what I heard you say.
Yeah, it is certainly one thing to set out to tell resonant stories of faith, hope, and love, and another thing entirely to like actually do it. It's like so hard. And my initial naive idea is like, okay, how am I going to cooperate with the Holy Spirit in like crafting something that's going to speak to people? And it was sort of like it was almost like automatic writing and like a quietism. It's like I will put my hands on the keyboard, and God will dictate to me like He did to the authors of the Bible, right? Yeah, well, this was extremely futile. And as a screenwriter, like I was hidebound not to have a job. So here I am, like sitting, not writing, not having a job, and trying to serve God this way. And so thankfully, this turned my attention to like, well, how did God speak to the writers of the Bible? And as you discover, like the idea that God communicates directly to you onto the page, Joseph Smith has that idea. Muhammad has that idea. The Christian Bible, not at all. It's like so many different people at so many different times, and like all these different redaction phases, and who even knows they bound it all together, and like why it's a messy story. And so how could I expect to write something without having an extremely messy process, and in film, an extremely messy process with a lot of voices involved. So, yeah, the only kind of anchor that I've latched onto is that if you're trying to tell a story about faith, hope, and love, you have to say something about faith, hope, or love, what's causing it or frustrating it in the world. So if we use Shawshank Redemption as an example, to say that movie's about hope that makes you feel very nice, and it reminds you that the movie is about something that made you feel good. But what is it saying about hope? And how is that being communicated visually and through the soundtrack and through the writing and the performances? Spoilers, Shawshank Redemption is about hope creating, that hope creates freedom. And it's not like a kind of precious moments idea of hope. It is a kind of gritty St. Paul idea of hope, that there's this distant future thing that I can put my hope in, and I will take all the necessary steps over 20 years digging through a wall in a prison to get there. And and you communicate this journey through two different characters that occupy different sides of this idea. This theme of like hope creates freedom is sort of meaningless and banal without its shadow side, which is like what hope is to Red, Morgan Freeman's character. Hope will make you sick. Hope is not going to help you survive. You need to adapt. You need to live within the confines of the world that you've been provided. Contrast that with Andy Dufresne putting on opera against the warden's rules to give someone a sense that there is a life beyond these walls, this isn't all there is. I could spend 8 hours, like Babette Buster did, unpacking all the many ways this simple idea of hope creating freedom is borne out visually and in the sound design. But yeah, I'll have to sell a ticket to that class.
Let's pass it to James, because you also mentioned your work as a craft, but I see sitting next to you, a craft where you're discovering the meaning, but I see you have sitting next to you one of your poems, The River of the Immaculate Conception, which I always thought you conceived a particular idea in your head when you wrote that. So just how do you think about craft as well as the public role of poetry in creating a shared meaning?
Great. So as I usually do, I'm going to fall back on the life story of T.S. Eliot, because I think he was one of those essential people of the 20th century in the sense that the questions that he was grappling with internally seem to be the great questions of the period in which he lived. He's fortunate to have had his personal drama be such a public drama in that respect. So just going back to Chris's comments earlier, I'm reminded of Eliot's early essay, Ulysses, Order and Myth, which was his first bit of writing on Joyce and the aspirations of Ulysses, which you mentioned earlier, Chris. And Eliot says something that resonated with me deeply and painfully on initial contact, and that he says, perhaps what Joyce has helped us discover is that the novel was never a form. It was the expression of a certain class, which is a bit like the Anglican Church. But I mean, that's he doesn't say that part. It's just, but yeah, you could feel it in the background because this is right after his conversion. But and I think what he's able to sort of safely say there that I don't think Joyce would have wanted to say was, as you know, as a poet, he's standing outside of the essential concerns of the novelist, and he's able to sort of dismiss it in that way. But that dismissing is too strong a word, but something like a disenchantment occurred to me with fiction, as I mentioned earlier, with the first encounter with verse, and I think it was that with the writing of verse, the form made is so irreducibly in front of you at all times that it truly becomes, in every genre of poetry, and I want to come back to the idea, in every genre of poetry, it becomes a matter of seeing the form. Fiction is a matter of seeing the form. Fiction is the making of plots to see the form of a life or the form of an action. But it's not, and it's a very profound way of seeing the form, because it's how we determine what virtue and vice look like, what good and evil look like. But again, that's not the furthest depth of human life. Our knowledge goes beyond our own actions. It goes beyond what Vico would have called facts. It goes beyond what we can do and make for ourselves, and it goes into the deep recesses of being. And so Eliot, I think, was sort of carving out a position for the poet as the one who represents the form of reality, whereas the novelist, in a sense, might be a sociologist or something like that, who's representing only a certain surface. Something like that happens in the classical tradition too, incidentally. I mean, everybody exalts Aristotle's great Poetics, which really is one of the great works of literary criticism of all time, but as the first work of literary criticism, and as a defender of poetry and the arts, as opposed to Plato's reputed expulsion of the poets from the city. But in fact, Plato has a much more profound attachment to poetry than does Aristotle. Aristotle appreciates poetry as kind of philosophical, can tell you something about good and evil, virtue and vice, and so on and so forth. Plato says, you know, hold my beer, Aristotle. The true poet can tell you what the soul is and where it fits in the cosmos, which is what he does in the Phaedrus. And in other words, the true poet can tell you things that aren't even in this world. They're what form the fundamental structure of the world and govern it. Eliot, I think, discovered that late in his life when he wrote Four Quartets, which is the great Christian Platonist poem and the great poem of the 20th century. But before he did that, he quit writing poetry because the lyric seemed not public enough. It was too private. It was people reading The Wasteland in a coffee shop somewhere with a beret, and not a socially formative, civilizing kind of art form. And so I think that rendered him deeply insecure. And so in the late 20s, in the early 30s, Eliot begins speaking about how he should like to write plays. And what you hear there, and he's quite direct about it actually, is that he wants to play a public role, but as a poet, he doesn't think he can unless he begins writing verse plays. And so though many of his plays are quite wonderful, in a sense, he was willing to write inferior art for the sake of having a public role. And had he not then composed 4 quartets, I would have thought this a grave mistake and really, you know, an errancy on his part led by his own misunderstanding of the art form. Where did he go wrong? I think in not realizing that all poems and all works of art are fundamentally about seeing the form, and that lyric poetry has a deeply liturgical function. It's about seeing the structure of first language, of thought, and then of being together. And so in that way, it actually does something analogous to what occurs in the Mass, where liturgical form is a reporting back to us of the order that God has revealed to us. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to read a poem about the nature of the Mass. It's the last poem in the River of the Immaculate Conception. Hasten to aid thy fallen peoples. This is the end of the Mass. But how does one make a song of holiness, or speak of music without spoiling it? They both seem more than our tongues can confess, and born above in our world do not fit. What's more, those who ascend with them are closed in on themselves, struck dumb, and all in ecstasy that they have heard seems flailing, foolish in a fallen word. But every rising strain must strain indeed to lend a form to what in truth is light, and manifest peace as if it's a deed, and give transcendence some arc of a flight. The purity of every saint will be daubed on with sloppy paint, and what no thought may comprehend or say must be taught in the staging of a play. The gift of form, because so fascinating as we bend down to work with knife or ruler, reminds us that beyond it's always waiting some piercing light. Consider how the jeweler makes every cut upon a stone for its sake, but not that alone. His patient labor wasted if a line does not refract and multiply and shine. And any humble implement may serve to figure forth and yet conceal that light, so that high thought is felt upon each nerve and mystery is given to our sight. Just this way, things are lifted up, a chalice wrought from wooden cup, a little dust and water mixed to clay and molded into birds that fly away. The Mass is first his earthen sacrifice, but also taste of peace and heaven's throne, the gift that leaves behind all thought of price, yet where no less we raise a plangent groan, for at its finish we are sent into the world both dark and bent, that bearing out the Virgin's hastening aid, from ruined choirs some good may be remade.
Thank you.
Can I just jump right in? I agree with Elliot that the novel is not a form, and I think you could say it's a genre, but that novels have with each other, what Wittgenstein would call family resemblances. There isn't a set of defining characteristics that you could say that every novel has, and then indeed it is the novelist's, one of the novelist's primary jobs to figure out what form that particular novel is supposed to take. There's a handful of novelists, including probably the greatest one, Tolstoy, who were aggressively unconcerned with form. Tolstoy wanted his novels to feel like life. He didn't want them to feel like art, and he felt like it did not do justice to life to try and fit it into a form. And yet, obviously, Tolstoy had a deeply metaphysical understanding of human truth and reality, but he still even in his later days was never a formalist. And then you have a novelist like Nabokov, who was greatly influenced by Tolstoy and greatly concerned with those the telling details of human reality that make something feel lived, and yet was himself a formalist and also considered art to be a kind of fairy tale. And he thought that the job of the artist was to make you feel a kind of shiver in the base of your neck. It was supposed to be somewhere between your head and your heart, essentially. But any novelist that actually had anything to say to you was making a kind of category error. And Nabokov hated Thomas Mann, and he hated Dostoevsky, and he hated Faulkner, and he hated any novelist that thought of himself as a bit of a philosopher. And particularly in all of those cases, obviously, any novelist who was a little slack in his prose because he was actually trying to get at the truth, and the truth didn't always fit into neat prose. And I will say, I'm among those people. I don't trust any novelist who didn't go through an obsessive Nabokov stage. And I also don't trust any novelist who is still in that stage. And I am one of those writers who you know, in college became obsessed with Nabokov, and such that I decided that I didn't like Thomas Mann or Dostoevsky either. And you know, he's obviously, Nabokov is reading Dostoevsky in Russian, and is in a great position to judge him as a Russian prose stylist, which I am not. But still, I was able as a 25-year-old to tell people that Dostoevsky is not a great novelist. And it's funny because Dostoevsky actually has these, he's thought of as a young person's novelist. He has these existential themes, he has these highly emotionally charged incidents, and these characters who are deeply concerned with living authentic lives. And so people actually think of Dostoevsky as one of those people who a certain kind of young reader becomes obsessed with, and they kind of grow out of their Dostoevsky stage into being more of a Tolstoyan. But I have become much more of a Dostoevskian as I've gotten older. And you know, you obviously are not advocating a kind of empty formalism. You know, there is your sense of formalism, as I understand it, is deeply related to a belief that reality itself has a form, because reality itself is a created thing. And that is one of the central, I think, issues that a novelist who has to create a form and decide what that form is has to face up to, is the question, is form something that human intelligence imposes on reality? Or is form something that exists in reality because reality is a created thing and that we can discover? And you know, Beckett's line about this was that the writer's job was to find a form to accommodate the mess. And I think there are a lot of writers who do think that reality is essentially a mess, and that to the extent that our work has form, it's a form that we impose on it. And the more formally perfect a work is, the less it actually has to do with life. And that is that's the direction that I think Nabokov takes us in. And then the alternate view is, of course, that we live in a created order, and it was not created by us. And so if we want our work to represent reality, it has to have these formal elements to it. But then I think you have to look very, very carefully at reality and try and see, or the piece of reality that you're trying to get at, and try to understand what form it takes. And it's not always a pre-existing form. And so I think the freedom that the novelist has in that area can be, again, a great opportunity.
Well, that exchange between you two leads me, I think, to a question that I get a lot when I'm talking about beauty and storytelling. A lot of young people ask me whether or not novels, poetry, films need to display somehow the complexity of human life, including its darkness, right? So what I heard in this exchange, and going back to our earlier panel, it's like, well, it's really hard to describe human experience without a keen attention to all of its complexity, including its darkness. which sometimes I think leads people to an obsession perhaps with the grotesque or the dark or the scary. But the title of my forthcoming book, The Wounds of Beauty, I took from an essay by Pope Benedict, in which he says that part of what kind of Christian hope allows us to do is to see the complexity of life, including the darkness, but still with a lens of hope. But, and I had to read the essay a few times to get this, he also says that when experienced, beauty itself wounds us because it opens up our desires. It deepens our thirst for the good and the true and the beautiful. So according to that understanding, the beautiful music we just participated wounded us because it deepened our desire for the sacred. So how would you respond to the young people that I hear all the time who are looking for a way to encounter some of the darkness of human life and its complexity? But is it important to also do that in a way that is wounding people in the way Benedict talks about, deepening their desires for the true and the good and the beautiful?
Sure. There's a risk in this advice, but I think let's take a series like Breaking Bad. Is Breaking Bad just like everything that's wrong with our culture, that we want to watch someone do all these things, and like that we empathize with this man, which by the way is an achievement of the writers, that they do get you to empathize with him. But people can watch that, like they watch Fight Club, and like teenage boys are like, Walter White, what a badass! Like I want to be like this guy, and that's in there. That's in there on purpose. You need to feel like you're rooting for him, and you're a little bit proud of him at times, and you're a little bit shocked that you are, because you don't, like he's doing awful things. But you have to be an educated reader of these, of such material, or it can backfire on you. Like really, Breaking Bad is a portrait of like a very focused pursuit of self-respect from someone who felt like they were missing out on it. And in the last few years of their life, they decide, I'm gonna die. I better get some respect for myself. And he does it through making drugs and making a lot of money. What would make somebody do that? He is, but don't we also have like a kind of a notion in our culture that you ought to go for it, be yourself, live your best life. Like don't let anybody get in your way. The single-mindedness with which Walter White pursues this desire to respect his self is a portrait of pride that haunts me. It's a portrait of pride that at times reminds me, like, oh, that's a little bit like my incredible interest in like being the best in this scenario is I ought not to trust that. So in some ways, exposure to darkness, to vice, to evil things is, with the proper dosage and the right age of person, can act like an inoculation, can act like a vaccine against recognizing it and therefore rejecting it.
So I keep coming back very specifically to the history of the novel as a form, and you guys may have gathered that it is of interest to me. But this is a criticism that has been made against the novel for as long as the novel has existed. That it ought to show exemplary figures, that it ought to be engaged in moral uplift. The first and still among the great realist novels ever written was, of course, Don Quixote, and this is, its subject is in many ways disenchantment, but the idea of that the romantic literature that preceded it, the form of the romance, was essentially false, and that a false picture is what's dangerous because it gets you causing damage out in the world because you think that the picture it's giving you is true. That is part of the message of Don Quixote. That is the message in certain respects of Madame Bovary, because Emma Bovary reads romance novels that makes her feel that to have an affair is going to give a certain kind of meaning to her life, and there's going to be a kind of experience that comes out of it. That is the message in a very similar way to Anna Karenina. And I think Tessa the D'Urbervilles, many novels take up this subject of basically the harm that is caused from reading books that aren't true. And generally they are untrue in a particular way, which is that they show you in too gritty detail the darker sides of life, but that they try and exclude the darker sides of life from the picture. For those of us in the room who are Catholics, it is obviously part of what we believe that we are fallen. And that any picture that of reality that excludes the darkness is a false picture, and not just a false picture, but a dangerously false picture, because it gives you a sense of human sufficiency, and it gives you a sense that we do not need the grace of God. And so I'm much more concerned with the risk of not showing a sufficiently dark picture, to be honest, than with the risk of only showing exemplary characters.
In my second book of poems, The Hanging God, I read a fair amount of narrative poems, and in that book in particular, the book as a whole is anchored by two poetic sequences. One called Wiped Out is a series of Spenserian sonnets about a man who falls in love with a stripper who then proceeds to bring him down into the depths, even farther than the degradation of being with her, and he is left alone with his hunger for this woman who's become utterly empty to him. And then the other sequence is the Stations of the Cross, and about Christ's passion on the cross. You might think, actually, to read the modern Catholic novelists, that they have nothing to write about except for sinners. Francois Mauriac and Bernanos, and Graham Greene, they're consumed by these characters who are, I think Mauriac puts it, they're sinners rather than religionless. They're people who know that they're vile, rather than thinking that, as Hobbes might have put it, that we're fallen, but it's not our fault. This is just how things always were. But I just don't think the terms of these arguments have changed too much in 2,500 years. The first thing Aristotle tells us is that we like imitation, and then the first example he gives us is, for example, we really like looking at imitations of dead bodies. I think he had a good reason for bringing that up. All of our art is about dead bodies, or most of it. There are far more examples for writing tragedy, degradation, and evil in the history of our literary tradition. Far more examples than of beatitude. Really, for beatitude, we have one poem, Dante's Paradise. That doesn't mean we shouldn't write about it, but it's our oldest art is an art of wounding by violence. And that's beauty. It is beautiful. It's not just imitation. We haven't solved the problem of art and beauty when we say, well, we'll just follow Aristotle and talk primarily the language of mimesis rather than the language of Calon, of beauty, to Calon. Rather, we need to, as David's comments this morning indicated, we need to have a more adequate definition of beauty. And you could read my book, The Vision of the Soul, or I could just give you the answer now. The only definition of beauty I think that possibly works, especially if beauty really is a property of being, is beauty is existent form's capacity to disclose itself. In other words, it's being's self-gift to other being. Being gives itself away to the mind as true. It gives itself away to the will as good. But being's not exhausted by truth and goodness. There's something more fundamental, like a light shining out in the very existence of things, and that's beauty. And the thing is, as somebody like Gerard Manley Hopkins, with his obsessed with pied beauty, might have given it to us, most of our encounters of really seeing form, of really seeing being, come when we're shocked by that which is grotesque, that which stands apart from the ordinary. Just because it's, in one sense, very ugly doesn't mean it's also not beautiful.
Thank you. Well, we could have kept this conversation going all day, and in fact, maybe at some point in the future, Scala will have an all-day conference just about literature, but that wasn't good enough for me. I wanted to have a conversation this afternoon about sacred art and sacred music. So I am going to give you a 2-hour lunch break. We could keep you inside of the beige walls of this campus for lunch, but we didn't want to deprive you of the beauty of Princeton. So you are free to find yourself a lunch. We do have tables set up outside for you if you want to get carry out and bring it back. We will be percolating some coffee for you, and if you don't know someone, you're here by yourself, please invite someone else to lunch. We hope that you get these 2 hours are for you to have a break and to enjoy each other's company, get some lunch, enjoy the beautiful day. See you back here at 2:30, and thank you so much to our panelists.
Welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon sessions of the conference, Art, Sacred, and the Common Good. Once again, thanking our co-hosts, the Continuing Education Program at Princeton Theological Seminary, where I'm a professor, and Scala Foundation, a nonprofit that I started to promote classical liberal arts education and beauty and wisdom. We have two panels this afternoon. Right now, we're going to pick up with our discussions from this morning about different forms of beauty and their place in the common good with our panel on art. But I will turn this now over to our moderator for this afternoon, George Harne.
Thank you, Margarita. Can you hear me? Is it working? All right, thank you. Welcome back. We're going to have a good conversation here this afternoon, and I hope get down into some of the nitty-gritty of making beautiful things. We have some experts here on our panel who do that. My name is George Harne. I'm the executive dean at the University of St. Thomas in Houston, and I'll be your moderator. If you need to get up and get coffee, please feel free to do that. This is the worst slot of the day, right? Everyone. So if someone next to you starts snoring, just nudge them, and we won't embarrass them, I promise. So it's great to have, as I said, two expert makers on this panel. We have David Clayton, who's the provost, of Pontifex University, and Paul Jernberg, the founding director of the Magnificat Institute of Sacred Music. And in addition to their sort of administrative leadership work that their titles suggest, I think it would be safe to say at heart, you make things. This is what you do. You're makers first of all. So we can talk about the philosophy of beauty, the theology of beauty, and that can be a very fruitful conversation. But things get complicated when we start talking about making it and what it's like to live the life of a maker. So maybe we could begin, would the two of you mind sharing a bit about your background? How did you come to be doing what you're doing? And what it's like to be someone who's seeking to make beautiful things in the year 2022.
Well, I'm from Chicago originally, but my family on my father's side is from Sweden. And we have a wonderful tradition in our family of music makers, and my grandmother was a concert violinist. And my father was a violinist, and we had lots of music in our family. And I grew up in a Swedish Baptist church, and that tradition as a young person. And just surrounded by wonderful music a lot of the time. And that certainly was how I got started at first, and from a very early age I started studying the piano. As I got into high school, I became very much involved in piano performance, and I went on to university and studying piano performance. And at the same time, I studied composition and music theory at American Conservatory, other places as well. So basically, out of school, I worked as a pianist, soloist, and accompanist, and did a lot with ballet, a lot with opera. Loved that. Along the way, I got sidetracked for a while as a swimming coach. I was a swimming coach for 8 years.
That's in the biography I didn't read, by the way.
Oh, right.
So I found that on the internet, actually.
Yeah, right. So that's sort of a whole other story. But I continued to be a musician and a pianist even when I was doing that. But it took me to Sweden, and where I continued. Eventually, got back into music full time, and had many wonderful experiences there in giving concerts. Also, even working as I shouldn't say it, but a piano entertainer in different, but always continuing to a certain extent with a classical tradition as a classical piano soloist and accompanist, as well as doing lots of other kinds of things. While I was in Sweden, which was basically between 1983 and 1993, I had the opportunity to live very close to a Franciscan monastery in a suburb of Gothenburg. And that was an amazing experience that over a period of 2 years was a real epiphany for me, in that I discovered, and while I was there, I was very much involved in all sorts of music in town and doing all sorts of things. And I brought a gospel choir to Sweden in 1988 from Chicago. That was an amazing experience. But in the midst of all this, activity and creativity, I did composing, and I composed music for a musical theater production and all sorts of wonderful creative opportunities. But living close to this Franciscan monastery introduced me to a whole new dimension of music without in any way minimalizing my love for other music. But it opened a whole new world for me, which hopefully you got just a little taste of it this morning. Everything we did this morning, in a sense, comes from what I learned from the friars, because they really lived a life, on the one hand, the liturgy of the hours. They chanted the liturgy of the hours throughout the day. They had sung mass. They also were serving the poor. Had a very austere life. But some of you may have anyone here lived in Sweden? Not many people. Sweden is a place that for me was coming home in a way, because it was coming back to the land of my ancestors. But it's also a place, there's a lot of darkness in Sweden. Not only the dark winter nights, but also psychologically and spiritually. It's a country that has really succeeded, you might say, in secularizing the culture to an extent that we can't even imagine until you actually live there if you go to visit for a while, it's really a wonderful place to visit. If you live there for a year, maybe 2, you start encountering some of the darkness. But living close to the Franciscans really was like observing a daily miracle, because they were living a whole different culture within, and how did they do that? And it wasn't just a matter of, somehow these were really good guys. They were good guys, but they weren't. There was no. There was some mystery going on here. And to me, I discovered in living close to them over a period of time that it really, I discovered the source, and that was for me a big discovery, especially coming from a Baptist background. And these are Catholic Franciscan friars. It was strange in many aspects. That were very strange for me, but at the same time, it was resonating at a deep level that I'd never experienced before. So, anyway, there's a lot I could say about that. But getting back to the aspect of music, that was a real had a major influence on me as far as my understanding of sacred music, and the gift of sacred music, and the gift of our ancient traditions, you might say, of chant, both West and East. So these particular friars had gone through a whole period of development where they actually did quite a bit with Eastern chant, Eastern Orthodox / Catholic chant as well. So that was part of their liturgical life. And this was, as I say, it was an epiphany for me. And so my wife, while I lived in Sweden, I met my future wife, who was from France, and visiting in France. And there were some real wonderful influences there, which I won't go into right now. But we came back to the States in 1993, and I worked in the inner city of Chicago, and I was received into the Catholic Church in 1992, actually. So I started working in a Catholic parish in the inner city of Chicago. And since that time, I've been working has been a strong sense of vocation to work in sacred music. And so that my experience in different parishes in Chicago, and then in Massachusetts, for a while in Peoria, for a while in France. We went back to France to be closer to my wife's family for a while. But most of the time over the last 30 years, we've been in Massachusetts. And so while in Massachusetts, I had the great privilege of being associated with a little school called Trivium School. It's a private Catholic school where they really are, the whole vision was one of the liberal arts, or pre-liberal arts, and classical education. And part of that was an sense of immersion in musical traditions of the church, but also of the intellectual and artistic traditions. So that also had a real powerful, that was a great gift for me, to be able to continue to develop my gifts. but working in parishes made me aware of this, and I'll try not to say too much because I know we need to leave space for this later, but I experienced this longing to share with people the gift that I had received that was more than just music. It was like something about the faith, but also the music that was an integral part of the faith that had this gift to draw people in deeper. And so that was I had that longing starting in Chicago when we came back and then working in Massachusetts. And that is really that longing to communicate and realizing that the traditional forms of for us in the West, Gregorian chant and Renaissance polyphony, which are sort of the prominent examples of that, that they wouldn't always work. I mean, I love Gregorian. I'm totally oriented, or I think it's I think for church musicians, immersion in chant and polyphony is really important. But I realized that wasn't enough in the parishes that I worked. So that longing and that sense of love and wanting to communicate something important to people is really what got me started composing sacred music. And then so that's sort of the basic story. And then it went from there. And then as I worked in different parishes, that's what this drew out this sense of, okay, I have a gift here, I have a responsibility, even if it's not perfect, even if it's not, who can compare with Palestrina and Victoria and Josquin and so forth and so on. But you see, if we're thinking in terms of reaching people, then this is what drew me out to go beyond, to venture into this daunting field, but then experiencing a real grace with that, and since 2017, so it's the life of a church musician. Believe me, if you don't realize this, it's not easy. It's it's usually a very rough road as far as making a living and having a family and putting that all together and working, double time and just doing and every weekend, every Sunday, every feast day. So I'm not complaining. This is what I signed up for, but just realize there's a lot of work that goes into that. In 2017, I had just a wonderful opportunity. I was offered the possibility to do my composing full time and also to work on a broader level with the renewal of sacred music in the Catholic Church full time. So this was a great grace for me. So since 2017, we started Magnificat Institute, which has been a sense, part of it is just supporting my work as a composer, but then also with this broader vision, it's really much more than just about one composer, me or someone else. It's really about discovering the principles of sacred music too. And how can this be applied to our parishes where people are starving for this? So.
Thank you, Paul. For those of you who have joined us just recently, this panel, the theme of the panel is Ever Ancient, Ever New, Bringing Traditional Art Forms into Modern Spaces, and we're talking to Paul Jernberg, the founding director of the Magnificat Institute for Sacred Music, and David Clayton, provost of Pontifex. So,
hello. Yes, thanks, Paul. Thanks, George. Thank you for the invitation to speak here. So just talking about my story, it's listening to Paul, it involves again a sense of how I began to recognize a calling or a sense that this is what I wanted to do and it might be the right thing to do. My story is that I grew up in England, and as early as I was able to make a choice, I opted out of anything to do with religion or church whatsoever. But by my mid-20s, I was beginning to realize that that didn't make for a happy life. And by chance, I met somebody in London, and that in itself is a story, who offered sort of spiritual guidance to people. I didn't know that's what he was doing. I just had this conversation with this guy, and I'd seen the effect that he'd had on others. And he asked me a question. He said, if you inherited so much money, that you didn't have to work for a living. You could just choose what you wanted to do, 9 to 5, 5 days a week. What would you want to do? And I said, paint. That's what I'd like to do. I'd never really done any, but that's what I wanted to do. And he said, well, I think I can show you a way that at least might open the door to that. That's the good news, but the bad news is that this is a spiritual program, and you're going to have to act as though God exists. And it began with a program of prayer and meditation, and I was ready to do it. I mean, the whole question as to why I was ready to trust this guy comes down to his personality and the place I was at the time. But he gave me this routine initially of prayer and meditation, and he said, try it for 30 days, and if you don't like it, we'll return your misery with interest. And so I did it. I mean, I just got down on my knees. I remember shutting the curtains in the bathroom so that no one could see in. Not that, you know, the glass was that bobbly glass that you couldn't make anything out anyway, and there was only a brick wall beyond it. But nevertheless, I felt so strange actually praying. But I did it, and I realized that what he was giving me was a sort of Pascal's wager. Just try it and see, effectively. And if it works, then keep doing it. And so through this process, I immediately began to feel a change. There was no dramatic events, but incrementally, but nevertheless perceptibly, I felt happier. I could feel there was a change. And I wrote about this program, incidentally, in a book on discernment of vocation called The Vision for You, in quite a lot of detail. And so he showed me how to do this. The other thing that he didn't tell me initially was that he was Catholic, and everything that he was telling me, while he didn't make it explicit, was informed by the faith. And so having had this introduction to, just by going through the motions of prayer and meditation, and he made me volunteer for service even, I got a faith. You know, what began as just hope became faith. And eventually, it's quite a long story, I became Catholic. And part of that was that I told him I was investigating Christianity. And he said, we were in London, by the way. He said, why don't you go to this church? And he told me where it was, and go at 11 o'clock. And we had a conversation about something completely different. And as I said goodbye to him at the end of the conversation on the Saturday afternoon, he said, oh, by the way, make sure you go at 11 o'clock. And he was directing me to solemn mass at a church called the Brompton Oratory in London, which it might still, I mean, I have this sort of recollection of going there, but it might still be the most beautiful choir I've ever heard. And I remember going in and just having a sense that all the art, everything that people were doing was coordinated. It was grabbing my senses. I don't think I'd ever heard polyphony actually performed before. I must have heard it, you know, in recordings or something. But I remember thinking, this is what angels sound like. That was just the thought that popped into my head. And I looked up to see where the choir was, and there was an angel in mosaic flying across the ceiling. And so this impression drew me into the church, and it was, you know, there was a fair bit of the journey beyond that, but always what the magnet, if you like, was this sense that the liturgy, the worship of God, is at the heart of this, and the beauty of the culture that comes out of that wellspring is really rooted in truth. It's rooted in God. And as I went on this journey, the other thing that David, this guy, said to me, he said that he quoted, he said it was Bach. I since searched for it. I couldn't find an exact quotation, but he said, anyway, J.S. Bach said that the reason he composed was to give glory to God and joy to mankind. And that I see beauty, therefore, as a sign that I'm doing that. It's something that indicates That, so there is a purpose to this, a very real purpose. And I am a utilitarian, just that I have the greatest sense of what is useful. And it is useful to give glory to God. That's what we're here for. Ultimately, that's the greatest purpose that I could assign to what I do. And so I always associated beauty with that end. And it is associated with human happiness. That we want to direct people to God and transmit to them the sense of the joy that is available through the faith. And a beautiful culture speaks of that. It speaks of a society whose core values actually reflect that. In some way, you might say beauty is the, I heard a definition, beauty is the radiance of being, but a beautiful culture is the radiance of the common good, in a sense. Everything is directed towards that end, and we perceive it in the interrelationships in a way that you can't just by looking at a single person or a single action. It's a pattern that emerges from that society. And it's in the culture of the Catholic Church, and when the Church is really firing on all cylinders, which does not always happen, and probably isn't at the moment, in that respect, it pours over into the contemporary society. But if we want that to happen, we begin right where you're working and I try to work. It's in those forms that are connected to the liturgy and to the worship of God. Anyway, so I decided I wanted, I'll just finish very quickly, don't worry. Decided I wanted to learn to be an artist, so what do? You look up Catholic Art School in the London telephone directory, and it just wasn't there. So I then expanded it a little further, and I couldn't find anything. So I decided what I'm going to have to do is found the school and then enlist as its first student. Then I just couldn't find anyone to teach anything. I'd find a bit here, a bit there, something here, a bit of my own research. And so then I realized I was going to have to effectively establish and design the program myself. And eventually I got a job through a mentor, someone who became a mentor of mine, a guy called Stratford Caldecott, who I know some of you are aware of. He sort of took me under his wing, helped me a great deal, helped me to start writing articles. I got a job through an introduction from him as artist in residence at a liberal arts college in New Hampshire called Thomas More College of Liberal Arts. And I just filled the chapel with the art. So this St. Michael the Archangel is 6 foot long and 3 feet wide, and it's on the back wall of the chapel on a wooden panel, adapted from a Gothic illumination. I've modified it slightly in ways that I felt were going to connect with the students at that college. And I started to write about my ideas of how to effectively establish a school that might, or a formation is a better word, that might allow Catholic artists to once again start producing art in harmony with the liturgy, that is participating in tradition, but nevertheless speaking to people in the modern age so that it connects with them. So it brings the universals, if you like, together and then speaks of them in such a way that people today can understand it in sort of visual vocabulary. And so I I started a blog called The Way of Beauty. At a certain point, I pulled all of that together and actually published a book called The Way of Beauty. And my current employer, it is a little longer than this, but effectively they approached me and said, would you start a program based on that book? And so this was the Master of Sacred Arts program at Pontifex University, which is now running, which is the formation. It's not teaching the painting, it's teaching everything else, so that the artist knows, when you put your brush to the canvas, does it go left or does it go right? You have to make those sort of decisions. And then they decided that they wanted this to be the inaugural program of a new online university, so I became provost, and that's how I have the title that I have. stop there.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, in light of all that you've shared in terms of the journey, if we frame this in terms of the classical four causes, you've said a bit about the efficient cause. You two are the efficient causes of what you make. Maybe we could look at how you relate to the other causes, the materials that you use, kind of the question of form. And David, you said a bit about the end, the telos. You did as well, Paul. But I'm interested in the idea of how you make. You're sitting down. You've both received commissions. You're on a deadline. You've got to make something beautiful. What do you do?
So, all right, yeah. Okay. First thing, see if anybody else has done it first and then copy it. That's the great thing. Being in a tradition, you don't have to be original. Then what you do is you change as little as possible in order to meet the needs of the time. Well, I'm joking a bit, but that actually is what tradition is about. It's recognizing what people have done in the past, seeing what is good, and having the humility to say, I don't need to change that. Inevitably, what comes through is an aspect of the personal interpretation, personal style, and then you do inform that with considerations of what that particular congregation say, the people who are going to see it. You're not thinking of the whole human race, you're thinking of those particularly for whom it is intended or who are going to worship in that space, for example. What are they likely to respond to? And sometimes that means talking to people, getting a sense of the community, and then working out how to modify it, as I say, as little as possible. And there are various traditions you can choose from. If they commission me, they probably would be looking for something with a sort of iconographic or Gothic feel to it, I would say. But then you have to work out how to modify it in such a way that you don't undermine what you sense to be the core principles of the tradition. It must speak of the universals as well, not just the particular. You've got to blend all of this. It must be of its time, of its place, and that nevertheless in harmony with all that's gone on before that's good. As to the materials, I tend to work in egg tempera, which is where you put pigment into egg yolk and you make a thick paste and then you dilute it with water, and I paint on wooden panels generally. You prepare a drawing, you do it in great detail, and then put the drawing onto the panel. Egg tempera dries very quickly, to the degree that if you just do that, the first one is dried by the time you apply the second one in some instances. So it's the problems of blending and grading tone and color are very different, and so you have to be aware of how you do that. So again, you think in advance quite a lot. There's very little sort of spontaneous expression. It's really as well thought out in advance. You have to plan what you're going to do. And if it's good, then people will respond in the way that you hope for, which is that it directs them not to me, but to the saint in question and ultimately to God in their attention.
So this is so interesting because I think it's very, in my mind, it's very different with music. Because I do see that, well, first of all, as I mentioned earlier, an immersion in our great traditions is essential for anyone who really wants to do something serious. Because we do have these traditions, you might say, that have worked so marvelously and so beautifully for so many centuries that are rooted in the early church and in Christ and the apostles. So that sense of rootedness of doing chant and doing polyphony in a way that is done well and done with deep depths of spirituality is, in my mind, an essential preparation. However, given this situation we're in right now, my sense has been that with the people that I've worked with the parishes I've worked with, that it's not simply a matter of doing something like Gregorian chant in a new way that's going to resonate, or doing counterpoint, Renaissance classic polyphony in a way, but it's more like exploring new possibilities that are in harmony with that and that are going to work well. So in my experience, again, I think some people are doing great things. And I don't want to in any way minimize that. The people who are doing wonderful polyphony in sort of a contemporary style at the service of the liturgy. And I think there's real value in that. For myself, and part of it goes back to my involvement with the Franciscans in Sweden, and the fact that they did use harmonized chant from Eastern Catholic and Orthodox traditions. That seemed to me to be a key to connecting with our contemporary culture. And I saw, and so I saw, now this is, I'm going to just say this, and it's may be easily misinterpreted. But my wife, as I mentioned, is from France. She grew up near to Thésée. It was an ecumenical community there. And if any of you ever visited Thésée, ever been there, because it's quite an experience actually to go there and to experience 2,000 or 3,000 people singing what is essentially the Liturgy of the Hours, but it's done in an ecumenical, it's not following the breviary. But basically what they do is to take different phrases from the scripture. And Jacques Berthier was the composer of the original repertoire of Thésée music. And he is quite an accomplished organist and musician, and he composed in all sorts of different styles. But he got together with Brother Robert, who was at Thésée, and they had this vision of creating this new repertoire. And basically what Jacques Berthier did, was to draw upon the Eastern Orthodox tradition, but also on his background in Gregorian chant and the Western tradition, to do this new inspiration that I think, in my mind, there was something about it that just really worked well. But don't get me wrong, so I'm not advocating that we should just do a lot of Thésée music, but there's something about the way he put together melody, rhythm, and harmony that clothed these texts in a way that just seemed to be very fitting. And so I really owe a lot to him, and I had the opportunity to meet him and share. He died very young, in the early 90s. But his work has had a profound influence on me, but then my task, as I see it, has been to take this tradition of Eastern Orthodox harmonized chant, to take what he's done, and in a sense to use, not to copy it, but to take some of the principles of putting together harmony, melody with harmonies and rhythm in a way that is really appropriate to the Catholic liturgy. And whereas the music of Thésée is almost always a short phrase that's repeated. And if you've heard it in a parish situation, sometimes it can be very irritating, because it's just like, how many times are we going to do this now? And if it's not done with 2,000 people, it's done with maybe 3 people. It's maybe not always very effective or even appropriate in the Catholic liturgy. As I say, I'm not advocating that at all, but it's more the idiom that I think he was on to something. And so I found that connection with Eastern Catholic and Orthodox music, and then also my exposure to the music of Roman Herko, who has done, some of you might be familiar with his work, that's also been a real influence on me. So in a way, I'm definitely not just taking chant and polyphony and copying it as closely as I can. I admit that. I think we need to always honor that patrimony. I mean, this is a great gift that we do have a responsibility to cultivate and preserve and sing with musicianship and spirituality. So I think we absolutely need places where we're doing that. And there's people in this room that are doing it much more than I really admire. And I think that, so that is absolutely essential in my mind. But also then, I've found these sources that have been, that's been sort of my material. Always, but always in, you might say, in reference to the great traditions, always in reference to the chant. So like in the lauds this morning, you notice that we used all these traditional psalm tones. I didn't compose, as I said earlier, I didn't compose any of those. Those have been around for, I don't know, they go back into antiquity, really. And so that's always been a part of what I do as well. And Pius, some of you are familiar with the writings of Pius X, who was a pope in the early 20th century, who was probably, he has written more officially on sacred music than, as far as I know, than any other pope. And he said, to the extent that new music is in harmony with, not meaning literally in harmony, but that works well with Gregorian chant and classical polyphony, then it's on track, so to speak. So that really speaks to me, because I think we always need to show honor and a certain reference to our great traditions. But then out of zeal, out of the fervor of love that is seeking to reach everybody that comes into the church, I dare to try these new forms, and I find that there's and my experience is one of great grace and of confirmation of that from others. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think you and I have talked about this before, this idea that if a young person came and said, I want to become a composer of sacred music being the key there, one of the, obviously they need the training in harmony and counterpoint and all those things, but one other thing we might say to that person is, go take a book of classic chant and spend an hour a day for a year just singing that chant until it's part of who you are, and then close the book and begin composing. Because at that point you will have internalized it, right? And you'll have that spirit of the sacred music.
Yes, and I would add to that just that if it's at all possible to do that in a community, so that it is really, because I think by its nature also that it is a communal act, so to speak. And also, as Georgia, we had talked earlier about before too, that I don't in any way want to minimize the need for technical formation. It's really important. That can sort of get lost in this whole discussion. But I had the great privilege of working with a master of this, of modal counterpoint, Erwin Fisher, at American Conservatory in Chicago. So that all went into, if I hadn't had that foundation, a certain rigor, so that we don't want to forget about that need as well.
Right. And I'm dating myself with this reference, but those of you who've seen The Karate Kid, there's the wax on, wax off element, which I think is very much part of the formation of an artist. There's this dimension of you simply have to put yourself through the work and with a good teacher and learn the basic skills until they're second nature. So both of you are standing, here we are in this year. You're seeking to draw on the tradition, to work within the tradition, and to extend the tradition. And at that level of abstraction, it's relatively easy. We can make gestures and nod our heads about the tradition and how great it is. But I'd like to hear some more specific details about which parts of the tradition you're bringing forward, which parts of the tradition are you leaving behind, and which parts of, after the revolution, you might say, which parts that have come about more recently in your arts are you drawing on? And so anything you could say about that would be appreciated.
Okay, so in terms of my own painting in this iconographic tradition, one of the people who taught me is an icon painter called Aidan Hart, who is based in the UK. He is Orthodox, and he largely self-taught, actually. So he was a great teacher, because as he taught me, he would explain how he'd worked out what he was doing. So in other words, he not only taught me what to do, what he was telling me to do, he explained to me the principles behind it and how he had discovered them himself by looking at past art. And in the field of art, we're really there's been such a dislocation from tradition that it needs people like this who have the capability of just looking and learning and developing it themselves in order then to start passing it on. So the history of iconography is that it began to be re-established in the middle of the 20th century as a tradition. It's not unbroken, it was re-established. A lot of work was done by particularly Russians in Paris, expatriate Orthodox Russians. But anyway, he moved to the UK, and he wanted to, as a good Orthodox, he believes that I'm a Catholic. He's very polite about it, but I'm definitely a heretic. And he wanted, for him, the straight line is Orthodoxy. The Catholic Church goes off here, and then the Protestants off here. Of course, for me, the straight line is Catholic, and everybody else is branching off at various times. But he looked at the UK and wanted to help the developing Orthodox community in England, which is growing at this time. English-speaking liturgy now in the UK, incorporating lots of new images of traditional British saints, Celtic saints, particularly those from before the schism. And he wanted to work out how to paint them in an iconographic style. And there weren't iconographic representations of them particularly. So he looked at a period in iconography that's called the Macedonian Renaissance, which is around 1000 AD, where you had an increase in naturalism. He actually incorporated that style to become his own, because he felt that if you had a very abstracted style of Russian iconography, for example, that many people just feel that it's so much of another world and another time that the English Orthodox, even those immersed in the Orthodox liturgy, wouldn't relate to it. So he drew in that style, and then he taught that to me. Then I'm more interested myself in a Gothic style. As a Catholic, I recognize not just the iconographic traditions, but the Gothic and also the Baroque, more naturalistic styles, taking my lead from Benedict XVI. And what I decided to do was look at Gothic illuminations in England, so really following the pattern that he did, and particularly there's an artist called Matthew Paris, who there's a lot of manuscripts of his, and what you find is that he did effectively line drawing. It's description with line. You see the paper or the surface underneath, and then very loose washes. So there's some description of form by grading of tone and colour, but for the most part, the dominant tool that he uses is line, and he does it by varying the thickness. A line is effectively describing a conjunction in abbreviation between a dark area and a light area. So if you were to paint it as you actually see it naturally, you'd have to shade in one area and then you'd have another that's light. As a shorthand, you just do a line. And so you vary the width of the line and the flow of it as to whether or not the contrast between those two areas is great or less. A very thin line means that you have two conjoining areas that are close in tone, but nevertheless distinguishable. Sometimes the line will disappear when, even though there's an object in front of a background, if they are of the same tone, you can't distinguish it. It takes great skill to do this. Even though children start with lines, shall we say adults finish with lines. And now we live in an age where description with line, especially at this period where we're used to seeing animation, comics, is very familiar to the modern age. And so one of the things that I'm steadily looking to do is develop what I've termed as the School of St. Albans style. This is where Matthew Paris was in St. Albans. But it's not just because I relate to it and it's English and I'm English. I'm sure there's a lot of that to it. It's part of the fabric of where I come from. But I feel that it is something that modern artists could do. And if you do an illustration course, for example, you would learn how to master line in this way, or an animation course. And so it's feasible that people can get the skills from different places, and if they want to put it to this end, they can then adapt what they've learned to the service of the church. And I can imagine that then I feel that also looking at Matthew Paris, it has the essential qualities of that it's sacred. A lot of this, it just comes down to an intuition and whether you feel it's going to nourish prayer. And so that really is my next sort of big project, is to develop that further. One thing I would say, just very quickly, is that I don't believe that, this is really for me, I mean, some people, they're inspired and God inspires whomsoever he pleases, and you just don't know what they're going to be able to produce. But I can't see how I'm going to have a sense of what works well with the liturgy or what works well with prayer, excuse me, if I'm not habitually praying with sacred art. I mean, how can I possibly understand how the two are connected unless it becomes part of my own prayer? So I have an icon corner at home, a domestic church, and I actually think about what helps me to pray. And of course it's a subjective thing in many ways. I'm trying to work out, well, is this the right attitude? But ultimately, I'm hoping that I pray well, and then instinctively what I do is I paint in such a way that nourishes my own prayer. And then my hope is that it might feed others in such a way. You're trying to then relate that to how others might see it, but that's the way that I approach it.
So we're talking about how we're reaching people and finding new, just practical ways to do that.
In particular, what aspects of the tradition you're choosing to carry forward, right, which parts you're leaving behind,
yes,
and then what parts of the sort of post-revolutionary, post-Schoenbergian, Stravinskian revolution are you bringing on?
Right. So this is where I think that we were talking before about this immersion in the tradition, and if possible in a community, it comes into play, because it gets to what David is talking about, is that we need to understand the transcendent dimension of this. If we're simply focusing on the forms, and let's say doing Gregorian chant very well, doing Renaissance polyphony very well, without seeing the point of, and again, maybe this sounds utilitarian, but it really, there is a point, there is something beyond the music that this music is integrally connected to. It's a sacramental of sorts that is helping us to go deeper than the music itself. And I think that in the sense of intuition that one develops from that is absolutely essential. That to have that experience of sacred music drawing us into the mystical life, the contemplative dimension, right? And that it's something that all by nature, nobody's arrived at it. It's an aspiration, and we get glimpses of that. But I think without that spiritual experience, if I can put it that way, that we're going to be lost, and we're going to be focusing too much on the form. And I see there's a danger to simply say we need to revive the forms without that sense of the transcendent that is. So having said that, how do we draw from sources after the revolutions, as you put it? I certainly do. With this, the Russian and Eastern European Orthodox and Catholic music is certainly way pre-revolution, but I find that Jacques Berthier, again, has things that I think are truly inspired and in harmony with that. I think that Roman Herko also does that in a very different way. Berthier is more really providing, I think, ideas that have helped me with large group of people who are very different backgrounds. I think that's part of the genius of what he's done. And so there, yes, it's rooted in this Eastern Orthodox music, but it's different. Still, it's different in some way, and I can't completely explain where he got that. There's an element of mystery, of like new inspiration, and so definitely there's some, and I know some people might disagree. People say, "Well, are you kidding me? Are you going to really try to, when we have Gregorian chant and sacred polyphony, are you really going to try to, to do something totally new?" And I think, yeah. And again, it's the motivation is not in thinking that I can somehow do something better by any stretch of the imagination, but that motivation is that fire of love of the Holy Spirit that is really seeking fervently to touch that person who walks in off the street, who's lost, or who's seeking, like David, as David walked into the Brompton Oratory. This is, I think, at the heart of the church musician is this desire to draw people into that transcendent dimension that is beyond mere form.
Just building on that, thank you, Paul. This is the struggle. I just think that in terms of creativity, a tradition which does not reapply its principles on a constant basis and understand how to speak to the era in which it's being created will die. And this is half the problem, that you can draw too much on the external culture, and that will then suffocate and destroy the Christian element, the universal element that is at the core of the tradition. But if it isn't an option not to do what you're describing in some way, you're not working in the traditions of chant or polyphony, or Western chant or polyphony, but nevertheless, you're drawing on those elements. And while what affected me in the Brompton Oratory was I'm pretty sure it was Palestrina, as I heard, and Gregorian chant. But I fully realized not everybody is going to react like that. The job of the reason why we need constant creativity is to draw people, if you like, into the canon as well. It should stand on its own merit. It should be potential. There's no reason why we can't produce stuff the equal of those people. We have God, we have man, we have the materials to do it. We shouldn't be pessimistic about this. But at the same time, there tends to be a canon, and who knows, yours might eventually become part of it. Who's to say? We'll know in about 500 years. But nevertheless, we have to work on that basis, I think. Those people, polyphony was new in its day, but it built on tradition. And sometimes those changes are great. You're making a greater change than I. But I can conceive that what would come out of this is a new and previously unimagined tradition of sacred art, for example, through the inspiration of Vatican II, which will take a long, long time to come forward, I'm thinking in the Catholic world. But even if it does, it will still have those core elements that make the existing tradition sacred in its context, which I believe is what you're looking to.
Thank you. Do you want to respond? So I want to extend this back to some previous questions and comments. The question of craft came up in an earlier conversation, which I think is sort of what we're talking about here, but also the historical dimension, and maybe the historical dimension of the materials you work with. David mentioned earlier a kind of crisis among artists after World War I. Adorno famously said to write poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric. There was this idea that sometimes cultural catastrophes are of such a magnitude that you simply cannot continue on as though they hadn't happened, or you can't even, somehow it distorts and undermines the very materials, the musical materials, maybe the visual materials, the styles. And yet I think something David suggested was that maybe there will come a time later where you can go back and retrieve, maybe when some of the wounds have healed. To what extent do questions of historical, obviously with chant, you've got the chant tradition, you've got polyphony. To what extent, in your experience, are aspects of your art, do they wear out? Do they become, they're simply too tired, you can't continue them? Or how can you breathe new life into things so that they are fresh? Because this is how we reach them with tradition. If it is stale and warmed over, no one's going to be interested. You mentioned this a little bit in the icons, but yeah.
So I think it's essential that those who do the tradition, that are singing chant and polyphony, that there's got to be a quest to discover what is it in this. Because it's not something on a piece of paper. Chant is not something on a piece of paper at all. That is just a tool to somehow discover something way beyond it in the actual singing. And so this is, in my mind, an essential quest for every church musician to discover that beauty. And it needs to have life and that infuses it. And so that's where I think there's this danger again of just, people will get tired of it when it's done in a mechanical way or when it's done in a formalistic way. And now, where are we with answering your question?
I don't know much about the visual arts, but music, I know that, there was an argument made earlier in the 20th century that tonality was dead. Yeah. That it had exhausted itself. And yet I think David's point was Respighi was able to go back to the modes and breathe new life into this. And composers are now writing fresh music in a tonal idiom. Right. So how does this apply to your area?
Yes. So it's a much longer conversation than we have in the next two or 3 minutes, but so this gets to another bigger question in my mind, which is the clear distinction between secular and sacred music, or secular, nowadays we need to say liturgical music. So the definition of the word sacred has somewhat shifted over the last 50 years or so, but so you're talking about these great, so I think on the one hand, there's a real important discussion about the music for concert and for art music, in the development of art music, basically, which sometimes, is this still working? Can you still hear me? Okay, good. So that is, I think you're touching on that in my sense when we were talking about Jernberg and all the whole direction of that sort of art music tradition, what happened to it is breakdown and the tendencies towards relativism or chaos, basically. And what do what do really serious composers of concert music do with that today? And I see people who are who really are recovering and recovering tradition, finding new traditions. In my mind, the aspect of sacred music, there's something there that we're missing today. I think there's, and again, I'm going to start saying something that's going to hopefully lead on to conversations after this, but I think one of the big problems among us, those who are really serious composers, is that sometimes there's a confusion between the focus on secular venues such as concert and opera, and that is often, I think, taken then as the paradigm for what we're going to do in the liturgy if we're going to do something serious. My sense is more we need to rediscover this iconographic aspect of music that has been part of the tradition in the past and that we've lost that sense. So I hope that can stimulate some discussions.
Well, I think it's important that we've emphasized being immersed in the tradition. We also must engage with the modern culture if we're going to be able to speak to it. So we cannot retreat into a ghetto which is in total isolation But even a monk in a cloister is in some way a part of their time and place, so that no one can escape it altogether. But we must do so discerningly. So if you look at the art history from, I don't know, something, well, it depends how far back you want to go, but certainly the 20th century, a lot of those forms that we recognized as modern art forms, the style is developed to express theological and philosophical points, and many of them are anti-Christian. So you want to be very careful before you start pulling them in, or they're based on an anthropology that is not Christian, and to the degree that we think they're successful in representing that, if we pull that into Christian art, we're undermining our own faith. And so we want to reject those. Abstract expressionism may be good if you want to have a nice bit of sort of decor on the wall, if you know Rothko. You know, pick the right colours and it goes with the curtains and the carpet. Very nice. But if you think that this is a manifestation of the soul isolated from man, it doesn't make sense, because the way that we perceive the soul is through the body. And so you can't separate the two and paint it visually. So we need to be very careful before, in thinking about adopting these new styles. And so we must engage, but we must do so discerningly, I would say.
Yeah, and our missing interlocutor is Makoto Fujimura. I wish you were here, I wish you were here today. That would be great. But that raises the question of what's appropriate for liturgy and worship and what's outside. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to the fourth and final panel of this conference, Art, the Sacred, and the Common Good. It is a beautiful day in Princeton. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you for being here online. I'm now delighted to hand it over to the moderator of our fourth panel, Timothy O'Malley from the McGrath Institute for Church Life at the University of Notre Dame, one of our co-sponsors of this great event. And the final panel is on beauty in the curriculum, educating for artistic creativity and appreciation of beauty. Thank you, Tim.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this last panel. I know that there's some, perhaps, tiredness and exhaustion, and we promise to increase that as much as possible. Again, I'm Tim O'Malley. I work at the McGrath Institute for Church Life at the University of Notre Dame. I teach in the Department of Theology, in liturgical sacramental theology. I work in Catholic education, and also teach in marriage, family sorts of things. We hope, particularly speaking on the topic of education, which I know has implicitly come up during each of the panels, formation, education, to try to engage in a little bit more of a dialogue amongst each other. And so I'm going to have the panelists introduce themselves and say a little bit about themselves, where they come from, and then we'll get started.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's been such a pleasure to be here, and thanks to Margarita for the invitation to speak. My name is Elizabeth Corey, and I am at Baylor University. I teach in the honors program, and I also teach political science classes and also great text classes. My background is in political philosophy, but some other things as well, which I may talk about over the course of this panel, though I won't give you the full list today. I tend to teach undergraduates almost wholly. My position is in the Honors College, which is an entirely undergraduate institution. And we're doing something I would venture to say very special at the Baylor Honors College. We are more or less a small college within a larger university, and our aim is to immerse students in exactly the kind of learning that I think everyone here values implicitly or explicitly. So I'll say more about that as we go.
Thanks, and thank you, Margarita. Thank you, Scala. Thank you to all the co-sponsors. I'm Jonathan Pidluzny. Right now, I'm Vice President of Academic Affairs at the American Council of Trustees and Alumni. So ACTA has been around for 26 years. We work on the 3 A's, so academic accountability, academic freedom, and academic excellence. And so one of the major projects that I lead is an annual assessment of 1,135 core curricula at American colleges and universities. And so we're basically looking to see whether the schools are maintaining a strong commitment to traditional arts and sciences disciplines. So there are only 24 A schools, including Baylor. And things aren't necessarily getting better. If we look at the last 3 years, in just the last 3 cycles, exactly 50 universities have eliminated literature or foreign language requirements, and those are the ones that are sort of on the chopping block most frequently. Prior to joining ACTA, I taught political science, political philosophy really in American politics for 10 years, and so my background is also in political philosophy. My research area was actually what makes democracies work the way we want them to work, right? So where you have the rule of law, where you have sort of gentle interactions among citizens, where you have expert impartial administration, representation, due process rights. And my answer actually was that culture matters a great deal. And so I've spent some time thinking about what built the democratic culture that has for 250 years, with some fits and starts, led to a good politics in the United States.
Well, great. So let's get started. Again, as we've seen throughout, the theme of our gathering is linked to beauty, worship, and the common good. So we want to start with the question, why do you think beauty and worship alike matter in an educational setting at all? What's really at stake? I suppose I'm asking what's at stake for this whole event that we're doing in the first place. What's at stake in your assessment?
Well, I'll begin by saying this is actually picking up on a lunch conversation we had today, which was that there's a way of thinking about beauty, I'll bracket the worship part for just a moment, but there's a way of thinking about beauty as something that is sort of extra in curricula across the the levels from elementary to middle school to high school, all the way up to college. And so that we all know that if a school is likely to cut some kind of education, it's usually arts. You don't need an orchestra to be at this school. You can let that go. No, we don't need choir. And that is all true, but I think that's a very constrained way of thinking about beauty in the curriculum. And so the way I would start to answer that question and to bring worship back in is that I think with Joseph Pieper, who everyone here, it's funny, I was looking at Joseph, some secondary work on Pieper, and they called him an obscure German philosopher. And I laughed at that because I thought, well, perhaps to some he is, but he's certainly not obscure to this crowd. And I know you all know the book Leisure the Basis of Culture, but in there I'm very much persuaded by his distinction between ratio and intellectus, which will be familiar to so many of you. Ratio being the kind of knowledge that is intentional, that is it's deductive knowledge. You're reasoning from premises to get to an end. It's very much purpose-driven. And then he compares that to this other form of knowing, intellectus, which is receptive. It's a kind of passivity in the most beneficial way, being able to receive the world essentially through our consciousness. And he says, well, you all know what he says. He says this is not much valued in the present day, and I certainly think it is not much at all valued in contemporary college education. What is valued? Well, we all know this very well. It is either utilitarian ends, career most of all, or it is something like political activism. I mean, why do you go to college? Well, you learn how to be an activist, or you can learn how to get a really good job. Pieper rejects both of those things, as we know. He rejects the world of total work. He rejects the idea of people as functionaries. And that is a very countercultural view in the modern world. And I think coming to terms with, the notion of leisure, of course, is intimately related to this. But all of this has something to do with beauty. So I started by saying, beauty, is it just arts classes? Is it just orchestras and choir? Well, no, I think there's a way of thinking about beauty that can saturate the whole curriculum so that you can find beauty in a computer science class. I have a student who makes a very strong case that computer science is a liberal art, if understood properly. And I can tell you more about what he says. It's very interesting. But I think with him that there's a way of thinking about all of the curriculum as potentially open to a certain kind of beauty. Now, does that beauty look the same across all parts of the curriculum? No, of course not. The beauty that you can apprehend in an art history class is very different from the kind of beauty that you'd see in math or that you would see in literature and so on. But I think Pieper prepares the way for us to say we can be receptive, we can be appreciative in a way that is very much undervalued in the modern world. And I think without that disposition of appreciation, of love, and of receptivity, I kind of wonder how different we are as colleges from vocational schools.
Yeah, that's beautifully put, right, that it should suffuse the whole curriculum. This question was so big that I actually wrote out my answer. And so I'm going to be the outlier, and I'll give you those 5 minutes. Yeah, what's at stake? I think a lot, right? The first is human happiness. I mean, human beings are the only creatures who want more out of life than all the pleasures that we can stuff into 70 or 80 years. And so the true, the good, and the beautiful, they're worth pursuing because they help satisfying the longings that are distinct to free and rational creatures. And I think the pursuits help us. They help to improve us, rather, by realizing the higher attributes of our nature. But doing these things, refining one's understanding of what's good for a human being, pursuing wisdom, and learning to appreciate beauty, these are all difficult, they're hard. Actually, David made this point in a very vivid way this morning when he explained his experience of listening to Shostakovich's Fifth Symphony. That wouldn't be mine, right? And it's because I don't know enough, right? I haven't learned how to appreciate it. I mean, I can appreciate Bach's, cello solos. They're easier, right? And so once upon a time, universities understood themselves to be places that should provide that kind of mentorship, mixed in with some concern for the useful things. And so these should be the learning objectives that inform the entire curriculum. For most people, the 4 years spent on campus will be the best opportunity they have to develop the tastes and habits of mind that will prepare them to continue that pursuit for the rest of their lives. As one wise university president remarked, and I wish I could remember who, college is a time to furnish the mind. Make the most of it because you'll be living there for the next 50 or 60 years. Second, beauty is not only an intrinsic good, or maybe an intrinsic good, as David put it this morning. It can also be used as a pedagogical tool in service of other goods, including truth and goodness. That's because beauty excites a sentimental or passionate reaction that opens the soul to learning. Snell captured the psychology this way. He said, "I was in a sort of ecstasy from the idea of being in Florence, close to the great men whose tombs I'd seen, absorbed in the contemplation of sublime beauty. I reached the point where one encounters celestial sensations. Everything spoke so vividly to my soul. I had palpitations of the heart, I walked with the fear of falling," and he goes on for a while. Campuses are beautiful places, some of the most beautiful in the United States. Most of those who go to a college will never again in their lives spend such a large proportion of their time in such a beautiful environment. The sentiments induced by beauty, the beauty of a campus or a cathedral, makes it feel almost inappropriate to think small or base thoughts. In this way, aesthetic environment can create a receptivity to learning that educators can use to teach about truth and goodness. I think this is also one of the reasons public monuments and grand public architecture are both important. The point of the Lincoln Memorial or the statue to John Witherspoon not far from here, or even statues of Robert E. Lee are not to provoke unthinking admiration. The idea is to produce a common experience of awe and even the awareness that countless citizens or students over the years and centuries have shared it. As President Harding put it at the dedication to the Lincoln Memorial, "This memorial, matchless tribute that it is less for Abraham Lincoln than for those of us today and for those who will follow after," end quote. It's an awe-inspiring place for common reflection about the war, where Americans come together across generations to reflect on the gratitude owed to Lincoln and the connection between his statesmanship and the freedom we enjoy today. Quoting Harding again, "This memorial edifice is a noble tribute, gratefully bestowed, and in its offering is the reverent heart of America. In its dedication is the consciousness of reverence and gratitude beautifully expressed." So tearing down statues on campuses today is not a small thing because it obliterates a kind of civic connection that they're designed to forge. And then this gets me to a third point and a shorter one, even though it may be just as important. Democratic society requires some degree of common purpose and understanding. At the risk of inciting frustrations, 1945 Harvard, can I quote Harvard faculty here? A 1945 Harvard faculty report arguing for core courses in the American democracy and Western civilization put it this way: "Democracy, however much by ensuring the right to differ it may foster difference, particularly in a technological age which further encourages division and faction, and hence difference in outlook, yet depends equally on the binding ties of common standards. It probably depends more heavily on these items than does any other society, any other kind of society, precisely because the divisive forces within it are so strong." Right? This actually comes after a long meditation on Machiavelli's discourses on Livy. So universities should be repositories and perpetuators of our civilizational inheritance. That's what's at stake. And I think if every college person, educated person, shared a basic familiarity with the ideas that make up our civilization and political regime, theology, literature, philosophy, history, I think it would be easier to have reasonable and civil public dialogue.
Thanks for both of those answers, which linked up, I think, particularly to colleges and universities and the work that we do in them. I often think about my own experience working at a college and university. I teach also primarily undergraduates. I teach a big course on the sacrament of marriage. I have 265 undergrads across Notre Dame every fall, and it's one of the things I've seen over 10 years of teaching is how angst-ridden they are today. They're full of anxiety. COVID has doubled, tripled, quadrupled this anxiety, this worshiping of grades. And so I often think, really it is a worship, right? James K. Smith notes that everybody worships something. There's no escaping it, and so did Augustine. But in my sense is they have come to worship achievement. And it's not their fault. It's kind of actually our fault because we train them in school. I had a colleague who pulled his daughter out of kindergarten during the pandemic, and as they pulled them out of what was a really excellent public school in our area, they gave them a huge binder of assessments. She's in kindergarten. And they said, "Well, how did you get all these assessments?" And they're like, "Well, we assess them once a week." They hired a full-time person to assess this 7-year-old, right? When I think back of my own kindergarten days, if they assessed me, they would have found much lacking. And yet, sort of, this is what this kindergarten student was being initiated into, a culture of assessment, of reward, of idolatry. So my question for us is, you know, in some ways we have to fight this, right? I mean, that's why we're here. I don't think anyone in this room is like, oh, I want more assessments. They should do it 12 times a week. But how, in your own sort of experience of teaching, of encounters with beauty, have you learned another way, I suppose, is a way of thinking about it? How have you learned another way? You can be personal here and describe how you found another alternative way of approaching education.
There are several ways I might begin to answer that question. Let me just comment with and agree with you that this cult of achievement it seems to be increasing every single year. I don't know about the others of you in this room who teach in universities, but we constantly field questions from not so much the students, but their parents about whether or not the money they invest in an education, which will total, if they were to pay the sticker price, which almost nobody does, but if they were, it would be something like $250,000. And they say, well, look, I'm laying out this investment. I darn well hope that my child will come out with a good career prospect of some kind. And so why on earth would you want that? Why on earth should my child take classes that are not directly geared toward that utilitarian outcome? I mean, this is, I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't remember that having quite this pressure on me as a young college student. It wasn't this way. It wasn't this career focused. So I'm not quite sure. Well, I have some ideas about what may have changed, but that's another conversation. I do feel like the pressure toward achievement is absolutely corrupting to the idea of liberal learning. Margarita and I have talked about this at length, and it's a problem that's not easily going away, though, because you wonder as a teacher, just as you said, are you contributing to this? I mean, we in colleges say we want you to be excellent. We want you to be the best you can be. We want to have you win a prestigious scholarship. All this stuff we tell them. And then we wonder why they're full of anxiety and why they're so just sort of paralyzed with self-doubt. I think it's imperative upon us, and this gets back to Margarita's original comments about mental health. I mean, it is imperative for us as teachers to say there's another way of living. Doesn't mean they're not going to go to work and they're not going to have careers, but there's another way of living that is actually, and here's Pieper again, is more leisured. That there is and leisure, of course, as we all know, is not a break from work. It's not just like when you go to the theme park or you watch TV or something. It's this whole different mode, and this relates to the early morning panel of a kind of aesthetic contemplation, which is not the most natural thing for human beings, especially not adult human beings. Those of you who have children will know that children are great at this. They will stop, doesn't matter how late you are, for school or work or anything, and they will see a snail on the ground. And all they want to do is sit and look at the snail and watch the way it goes across the rocks. And isn't that great, Mom? They're naturally contemplative. But for us who are bound up in the world of total work, we can't stop to do that. We're too busy. But I think nevertheless, liberal education is supposed to be that kind of a break. It's supposed to offer that kind of leisure. And if we don't model it for them, they're going to get it nowhere else, because most of the university doesn't do this kind of education. And we have to not only model it, but we have to justify it by showing them how satisfying it can be. It's not an immediate satisfaction. It's not the fun of watching a movie or doing anything that's easy and just amusing. But it is nevertheless, I think, that's our burden. I don't think I even answered your question. But the achievement piece of this is very crucial.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that I can engage it directly either. although I think you did, better than I am about to. But I think a big part of it is how busy faculty have become, right? And so even people who are teaching in the liberal arts, and ultimately, I mean, I taught for 10 years, and most of my life was administration, right? I was running political science, I was the faculty regent, I ran all day long, and I had 10 minutes to prepare for class, which was the only part of my job that I really enjoyed, right? And so I tried to be sort of keenly aware of how closely students watch and how much they learn from what you model. And I didn't actually think about that, right? About the fact that I wasn't making time to sort of live what we were trying to talk about. And so I think that's a problem. But I think once students get to a college or university campus, they've been watching this for years, right? If, you know, that's been the story of their life, not just because their parents are probably, you know, busy professionals, but also because they had to go to ballet, and they also had to go to soccer, and they played baseball, and, you know, there's had to be some martial art in there as well. And they did all of this to get into a good college, right? So, right, to build up the CV that would impress someone on an admissions committee, right? And so I think that is a huge problem. We're not modeling what we're talking about. When it comes to how students are different and sort of very obsessed with achievement, the two things that sort of stand out for me are helicopter parenting, right? The idea that kids don't get to kind of be free-range play kids anymore, and just learn what pain feels like, right? And fail a little bit, right? And get teased a little bit, right? I mean, you know, bullying is not good, but I think that we do need to make people anti-fragile, right? I think students today get to campus and they're very fragile. And so it becomes very hard to give them bad grades or to give them honest feedback, because that makes my life really hard, right? Because then they're going to come to my office and they're going to be crying, and I just don't deal with that very well, right? And so I think we need to do better about that. And then I think it also connects to the cult of self-esteem, right? Where you know, there was this idea, I mean, I don't know how popular it is today, but when I was growing up, it was pretty popular, that self-esteem is the cause of excellence, as opposed to excellence being the cause of self-esteem. So if we just make everyone feel good, then maybe that will sort of translate into better outcomes, right? And so I think that's still with us today, right? This idea that you know, people will do better if we give them better accolades.
Yeah, I remember I had a Polish professor who, I was a terrible writer. I went to a very small public school in East Tennessee, and I was not prepared for college in the least. And so when I arrived, I was bad at everything. And I remember she pulled me in. She smoked in her office all the time, and she taught sort of communism, history of communism, not a how-to guide or anything. But I remember she told me, "You're terrible at this," and I was like, "Yeah, that's clear to me too. We share that in common." That knowledge. And I remember this moment, but she said something that was the other side of that, right? Was, but I'm gonna help you get better, right? Which took time. It meant that she had to skip committee meetings. And incidentally, she didn't get tenure out of all of this, right? She probably changed my life more than many other professors that I encountered, and yet she also didn't get tenure and was sort of erased. So there's something about like this taking time. How do you all do that? I mean, how do you assess like that taking time and creating cultures that are against this, even though you're up against it? Whether you teach college or in a lot of settings, high school, right? There's always some administrative meeting you have to go to. How do you do that? How do you fight the system?
I don't usually think of myself as a revolutionary, but there is something, there is an aspect of what you're asking, which you make sacrifices. I think you make sacrifices. I mean, there's, as everybody knows, there's enormous pressure in universities to be publishing at very high levels in very prestigious journals, with all your citations counted and all this stuff that goes on. And I don't think that is I sort of think that's a bad thing. But it's bad insofar as it does prevent many people from saying, I want to take the time with this individual person, this young soul. This will take time away from the publishing or the writing that I might otherwise be doing. I think you have to try to come to some middle position where you recognize that the work you're doing with the individual students is the more important, but do the things you have to do to maintain your job. I think also, though, as Christians, I mean, those of us who are Christian college teachers, you didn't get into this to become famous, or you shouldn't have gotten into this to become famous, or to be someone that everyone is talking about. It is not, your work is not about that. Your work is about forming the souls of those you come into contact with, taking the time with them, sitting and talking with them, asking them about their reading, asking them about their writing, walking through their papers with them one sentence at a time. I mean, this is the duty of a college professor. But if you're somebody who does that, then you may have to sacrifice in other areas. I think it's a simple opportunity cost. But I think the clarity that comes when you recognize here is what I'm really supposed to be doing, this is what's important, makes it a little bit better to say, you know, I may not be the path-breaking scholar in my field that other people would want.
I mean, I totally agree with that. I think that with very few exceptions, universities are or aspire to be hedge funds welded to multinational corporations, welded to think tanks that are trying to change the world, and they teach a few courses to keep tax-exempt status, right? And the people who lead institutions and set the mission of the institution think very little about curriculum, with very few exceptions, right? And there are some exceptions, and they are like the Honors College at Baylor, Thomas Aquinas College. I mean, we know the exceptions, Wyoming Catholic University. There are a few dozen exceptional institutions in the country, but the rest are either what I described or they're aspiring to be what I described. Administrators run literally multi-billion-dollar corporations, and they give faculty just enough freedom, right, to sort of do their own little thing in their discipline, live the life of a dilettante, which really is quite fun, you know, and it's a great gig, right? But I think all too often we forget that we're supposed to be sort of curing an education for people who haven't had one yet, or who haven't had a post-secondary education yet.
So to return to a question that we were kind of hinting at, but I asked poorly, so we'll get to ask it again, is where did you learn to value beauty in your education? You know, concretely, when did that happen for you?
That's a really hard question. I mean, it's hard. I suspect if any of you tried to answer that question for yourselves, you'd have to think, well, was it one thing? Was it multiple things? I think there's a way in which, when we're talking about beauty, we also have to broaden it out to talk about moral and intellectual beauty. I mean, I know that's implicit in this whole conference. But if I had to choose one example of that, it would be, it wasn't an aesthetic beauty, but it was a relationship I cultivated with a mentor as a very young person. He was a teacher who was not technically my teacher, but we struck up a relationship, and he would sit across the room from me, and we would read things together, and we would talk about them, and we would do that very often. And this is my model for a kind of mentorship or an investment in students. But I saw in his approach to the intellectual life a real moral and intellectual beauty that I wanted. And that it was that spark of, oh, someone lives this way. This is very odd. This person is not concerned with status. This person is not concerned with money. This person is not concerned with material goods. He's concerned with a life of the mind. And to me, that was an awakening. It was just, well, if that's true, then why isn't everybody doing this? But I think the reason everybody's not doing this is they haven't been shown it, and they haven't been shown it through the concrete experience of having someone invest time and interest and energy in them. So that was my first sort of vision of real moral and intellectual beauty.
Well, you made my answer easy because the same. I actually had my most important intellectual mentor, Heidi Studer, who came from the sort of University of Toronto tradition, an incredibly modest woman. She wore T-shirts to class, but I never met a professor who spent more time crafting lectures or more time with students. And so, this was Canada, and so the drinking age was 18, and there were bars on campus. But she'd go out with us after class, and we'd spend hours talking until the bar closed down, right? And so she modeled that kind of investment of time. And when I sort of thought about this question, And the answer that I would give, my thinking was actually, I grew up in a Ukrainian Orthodox church that was so traditional that everything was in Ukrainian. And my parents made the utilitarian decision that I should go to a French school and not a Ukrainian school, which meant that I had really no access to what was happening. And still, it was such a beautiful, it was a beautiful church, there was incense, iconography, choir, everything was sung. It was so beautiful that it was impossible to think small thoughts sitting there, even if I couldn't understand what was being said. And so you try to participate by sort of thinking about the things that you think you should be thinking about. Right? And I even remember as a fairly young child thinking, this is where I spend the most time thinking about those who are less fortunate, what our duties are, what it means to be good and virtuous. And so I really think that there is something about that kind of aesthetic experience that opens your soul to bigger thinking, because you should be embarrassed to have small thoughts or low or base thoughts in that kind of an environment.
Thanks, Jonathan. I actually, I share that in common with you. I grew up in East Tennessee, and we would all, every year, our youth group, breaking the mold of like having lots of lights and loud guitars and things like that, we would go to a monastery for a week to study. In retrospect, I don't know how they thought this was going to work, but it actually did work. And we would study, but it was really the experience of studying, but more importantly of waking up at 6 a.m. with the monks and praying with them, that suddenly you recognized that there was something more to life than the life that we had sort of constructed in our own educational settings, right? So we had looked very small, and I think the first time I was introduced to the possibility that philosophy and theology is something you can study, right? Growing up in a public school setting, I didn't know what it was. I knew that sometimes they called on, the Baptists would ask me to speak about Catholic things, but that was it. And so it was this transformation, this sort of encounter with beauty that raised expectations. Were you going to say something about this, Elizabeth? Okay, you just looked excited, so I wanted to, for those watching at home, there was a moment of excitement. Okay, so I wanted to offer that. But if not, how do you then start to teach like this in the classroom? Are there practices you recommend, things that you've adopted that allows for this kind of education to unfold?
I'll answer that, but I also wanted to say something else.
Good.
I think the number one practice, okay, if we're talking about how do you make this work in the classroom, you slow down. There's an enormous pressure on everybody to get through the material. And sometimes that's explicit, a lot of times it's not. But if you're in a class, I love this class, but I will tell you, it's the ancient Western tradition of great books that I teach. And we start with Homer, we read a trilogy, we read the Oresteia, then we read Plato's Republic, then we turn to Aristotle's Ethics, Virgil's Aeneid, and we end with Augustine's Confessions in one semester. And so I've just started not doing all that. Because it's not good for the students. I mean, if you rush through the Republic at 3 books a day, they're not going to take nothing away from it. Same with Aristotle, same with all of these writers. So I think some of it is, and I won't get in trouble for it, so it's fine. But I think some of it is just slow down. Approach what you're doing as a kind of, as almost a kind of prayer. I mean, obviously there's going to be humor, there's going to be laughing, there's going to be informal conversation. It's not prayer per se. But it's a making your classroom a kind of sacred space where you just say, okay, for these 50 minutes or hour and 15, we're going to stop and we're going to talk about this text. I've chosen it because it's a good text, and we kind of contemplate it. We enter into this mode of contemplation, and I think to do that, I mean, I suppose in some cases you would be punished for not getting through all the material, but to the extent you can do that, I think that's a wonderful way of just showing students, okay, you can take a break. You can get off the treadmill of achievement for just a moment, and you can enjoy this for its own sake. I wanted to read just a short quote from Jacques Maritain Education at the Crossroads, which I think is really to the point here. And it's in a footnote even. And he says, look, he doesn't say look. He says, That's not Maritain. He says, I purposely stress this element of delight in the grasping of beauty, for delight pertains to the very essence of beauty. Unless we delight in and are moved by a work of art, we may thoroughly discuss and analyze it, but we shall never understand it. And he goes on and he goes on. In reality, the delight transmitted by beauty thrills not only the senses, but also, and first of all, the intuitiveness of intelligence and spirit. And It goes on in this vein for some time. I think our job as teachers in the classroom is to try. We can't do it by design, but to try to spark that feeling of delight in the students, that this is fun, this is delightful. And we can only do that if we slow down and don't see it as a mode of getting them ready for an assessment or any of these other terrible learning outcomes we have to be aware of.
Yeah, so one small thing that we started doing near the end of the time I was at the university is we started doing our public lectures in the library atrium, which was the most beautiful place probably on the entire campus. And it gave the students who organized the events, they became proud of the beauty of the lecture, right? And so, like, I could see that they became prideful about beauty, and I think that's a good thing. It also just made for a really enjoyable event, right? And more people would come to the events that were in the atrium than in a sort of shabby classroom. So I think that's one thing. One thing that I stole from a colleague who's just a tremendous educator, he would actually make his students curate beautiful images to have up on the screen when they walked into class, right? And so he didn't necessarily do the work, and there's always something if you're teaching the great books. So he didn't even necessarily do the work. He assigned to the students, find something beautiful that will complement this particular lesson or this particular book. And then sometimes he even asked them to explain why they chose the particular item that they chose. So that's another small thing, I think. I think maybe the most important thing, though, is just to model seriousness about the true, the good, and the beautiful. I think it's really easy to underestimate how much what we do matters to students, right? And so I think the way we talk about weighty things, even if they're not the subject of the course, I think that really does make an impression as well.
Thanks for both those responses, to slow down and to create an environment, a space where those encounters are unfolding, and to speak weighty things. One of the things I've noticed, particularly with my students, and Jonathan, I'd love to hear your reaction to this as someone who does sort of curriculum analysis, is when you actually ask them to encounter art, they're because I think the initial danger of a bad teacher, which I have been in my past, was to have them encounter art and then just see what happens. But there's actually a kind of preparation that needs to take place. The intuitive response of, I find a 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old is to try to not to notice something, but to try to figure out what it means, right? So they often get things entirely wrong because they haven't attended to what's there. So I've been inspired by Montessori approaches to education, so I'll often have my students spend 75 minutes in our church on campus, and I don't let them pick up like literature. This stained glass window means that. I say, no, nothing. You bring your own book and to write in, and that's it. If you want to write poetry or whatever, but I want you to just look for 75 minutes. And actually, at the time after 75 minutes of looking, they're at last ready to do anything. Right? It takes time to look, right? To see, to behold. It's entirely wasteful, and I think my colleagues think that I just don't want to teach that day, which is true. Of course, I'm giving life lessons, but it does take time, and so that's one of the practices I've adopted. I know you've done a lot of work in assessing fine arts curricula at these institutions, right? No. Okay, I thought this you were going to say. Well, great, that's what, yeah, because we talked about it. That's why I think it, so.
So I guess the first thing I want to say is I know nothing about how to teach art appreciation, but I do think that that beauty does really open the soul and makes people receptive, and maybe in a way it sort of like it kind of separates us from our amour propre for a moment, so that we're not worried about ourselves, right? When we're in the presence of beauty. So I think it has immense pedagogic utility. I would love to know how to teach appreciation. I'd love to know more about how to appreciate art myself, right? So that's not something I can speak to. What I was mentioning though was that every year we assess 1,100 universities, a little more than that. And we look at what's taught, what's been added, what's been removed. In the past, we've taken a very, very quick look at fine arts. So is there a distribution category that requires students to take a fine arts course? Not something that we've ever published. This summer, though, we're gonna take a much deeper look at the extent to which fine arts is a part of the core curriculum and how universities are approaching it. So I don't have answers yet, but once we've put in all of this time over the summer, I think we'll have a nice stack of materials to start assessing, and a number, right? I mean, what proportion of universities actually do this? So for literature, 30.6% of the universities that we look at, and it's almost all of the universities that offer a BA in a traditional arts and science discipline. 30.6% require what we would call a literature course, right? I mean, it's about 13% for foreign language, and so I think that the number is going to be much lower actually for fine arts, but don't know quite yet. So that's coming. That'll come this fall. We're also actually looking at philosophy, theology, Western civilization, and European history. Not necessarily to include in our annual publication, but to kind of get a sense of how things have changed.
Can I try to answer?
Please.
Or just speak to what you mentioned. I have the opportunity, because Baylor's Honors College is broad and very diverse. We have two courses, one of which David Corey teaches, called Great Texts and Music, and one of which I teach called Great Texts and Art, because I did a degree in art history after college. There's a real challenge in teaching art and beauty, because there are a number of challenges. For one thing, a lot of students just don't see it as worth their time. They're like, yeah, art, yeah, I can go to a museum, it's fine, I like it well enough. Somebody's groaning over there. It is entirely optional, but for those who do opt in, there's a kind of clearing away process that has to happen first, which is that we are so unbelievably saturated with images. I mean, if you think about how many images we can see in an hour on our phone, it might be more than a medieval person would have seen in a lifetime. I mean, it is remarkable, and we've seen all the great art. We see it, mocked. We see it used in magazine advertisements. We see it all over the place. To look at Botticelli, to look at the Mona Lisa. I mean, it's just like we've already done that. So there's this enormous task of clearing away the idea that, oh, I've already seen that, or I saw that in a museum once. You have to. Again, it's a kind of process of slowing down and saying, yeah, you think you've seen that, but you have no idea what you're looking at. I think the same could be said about music. I mean, we're saturated with music. We hear music everywhere we go. But to hear music, in the elevator at the hotel is very different from intentionally sitting down and listening to a great work. And I will say I'm partial to classical music, but so a Bach prelude and fugue. I mean, until you kind of know what you're listening for, it just seems, oh, that's classical music. That's all you need to know. Well, no. There's both a clearing away of the idea that I have already heard everything and seen everything, and then there's a clearing, and then there's a building up of, yes, there's a tradition here, and let me start by having you listen carefully and at leisure to these things, or look at leisure. And that is so hard to do in this age. And I do believe that's different from 30 years ago, because we immediately think we know everything because we can look it up on our phone. But that's a real challenge, I think, to teaching about beauty and art, that the students come in thinking, I've seen that already.
Is there a particular work or piece that you find fruitful when you're teaching, when they wake up, when they see? Is there like something you're just always surprised, like this wakes them up out of their slumber?
No, I think it's different for each person. I do find, and I've written about this just a little bit, it is not necessarily the pieces that you think you'll like in advance that end up moving you. I took a class as a senior in college. It was called Northern Baroque Art, and we spent weeks on the art of Rubens. And I went in saying, I hate Rubens. Rubens it's too much, it's too busy, I don't like the body types, I mean, it's just too much. But in that class, the teacher transformed me. He was able to say, yes, this is beautiful, and here's why. He didn't say this is beautiful, he just said, look at this. Here's what's going on. Here's what Rubens is doing. Here's his wife. It's not just a woman, you know, it's his wife. Here's his child. And so as we went through this, I grew to love the art of Rubens. I still do. But if you look at Rubens in a museum, he doesn't appeal to modern sensibilities. So that was just my example of it, but others find it in, you know, Impressionism or ancient Greek statuary or whatever it is. It's just that something catches them is what I think is most important, not that one thing does.
I mean, I can't speak with that level of specificity, but the point that sort of jumped, that I've noticed recently is, you know, I don't think that we have an existential crisis in the sense that people aren't attracted to beauty. Right, and I think actually looking at social media shows this, right? I mean, you know, and it's an insight that I think comes from some of my staff who have forced me to look at TikTok and Instagram as we think about ways to use them to educate the college-going community on the importance of a core curriculum, liberal arts, et cetera. But people spend an awful lot of time trying to create beautiful Instagram feeds. Now, sometimes it's tied in with self-conception and, you know, borderline narcissistic or completely narcissistic portrayals of themselves, but it isn't always, right? I mean, and so people, they take joy in putting beautiful things into the world. And I think that's even true of TikTok. And there's been some writing recently about trends of just sort of like curating these beautiful short videos on TikTok that young people are doing for themselves. Right, so I think that there really is an opportunity, right, to be seized here because it's a longing that's not being satisfied by our, you know, general culture.
No, that's well said. Yeah, no, it's ironic. I offered during one of these we did a fake J term at Notre Dame during COVID. We never did a J term, but they felt guilty because we just sent students home for a month and a half to their parents' basements, and so we wanted to offer them something. And so I taught like a 3-credit course on theology, worship, and beauty. And there were 75 students who were in it, but there were over 125 students interested in it. Precisely because in what they said, some of them said, well, we're in it because this is a great way to get 3 credits in a very short period of time. And that was honest and true. But some said, like, well, I've always wanted this, but there's no one has offered it to me. It wasn't a sense of, well, I don't like beauty, I don't want to read literature, I don't want to know. There's almost a felt guilt, like I actually would like to if somebody would offer it to me. And so there was all this interest in it. Do you find that in your teaching too?
Yes, except that at Baylor, there is increasingly a culture of young people who kind of find that cool. To admit that they want that. It's a little bit like embracing just the whole geekiness of being an academic. And I think, but I think to the degree that certain places encourage that, and it's not, we don't, of course they don't think it's geeky, they think it's really interesting because their friend over here took this class and told them it was good, and then they, I mean, the culture kind of builds up sort of one by one, and it's lucky when that happens. I don't know that you can design that from the top down.
Yeah, so I think maybe a similar point. You know, we know that humanities disciplines are being shut down all over the country, and you know, English and history enrollments are collapsing. But when there's a talented professor teaching one of these courses, they fill up, right? And so, I mean, this is anecdotal, but like, you know, we know people, or you know, we all have friends at universities around the country who sort of teach in this tradition, and their classes are full, and they have tons of undergraduate research fellows, and there's no shortage of master's students who are interested in being mentored. I mean, the problem is that the humanities and the liberal arts are committing suicide, right, by becoming political, right, by politicizing themselves and taking on a social justice mission, right? If you keep politics out of the classroom and actually focus on, you know, the true, the good, and the beautiful, and how these texts or how these works of art help us to experience and learn about these things, I don't think there's any shortage of interest.
So since we're the last panel of the day, if we'll take a step back, I've heard many things, and we're just going to take the prerogative since we're the last, we can do whatever we want, and it's one of the gifts of being the end. Is there something, based on around our topic of education, beauty, the common good, and particularly us on this question of curriculum and education, that you heard today that you think is important as we consider this topic as we move in? A sort of summation of all that we've heard. I know Margarita will offer that very soon herself, but since we have about 10 minutes left here.
I guess it's my turn to go first. So I think that the beautiful can be morally or sort of ethically questionable in a way that by definition the good and the true and pursuing the good and the true isn't. And this I think this came up in the first panel and then again in the third panel, right? That beauty can be used in bad ways, right? To make vice appealing, or to tempt, or to inspire people to terrible political projects, right? And so beauty has an intrinsic goodness, I think, because of the sentimental. Listen to me sound like a romantic, because of its sort of sentimental consequences for us. But I think that it also has to be or can be guided in a political community, and where it is, that's a good thing, right? And so what comes to my mind when I make this point sort of almost immediately is my experience teaching Dostoevsky's Notes from Underground, which I've taught twice, and both times it was a disaster. And it was a disaster because the theoretical materialists in the class liked the guy, right? I mean, you're supposed to find, it's supposed to be a horrifying portrait of what it means to live like a theoretical materialist. At least, that's my read on it. But they were kind of cheerful about it, and they kind of relished this idea that like 1 gram of their own fat is worth, the lives of, to them, should be worth the lives of, everyone around them. And so I guess, so the power of beauty and art means that it can, so the students in this particular case were actually high school students who do their entire high school on a university campus, or they do their last 3 years. And they're sort of elite STEM students who are like the best of the best in the state, and so and then I was teaching it in a kind of science ethics course. So I guess I had to ask myself, as part of my responsibility as an educator, to find better texts for them. So for I think like Tolstoy's Confessions would be a much better text that next time around. Anyway, coming back to the original point, I think in a commercial democracy like ours, where we have sort of almost deliberately distracted people from thinking about death, right? I mean, Montesquieu makes this argument that to reduce religious fanaticism, you want to give people wealth, abundance, and stability, so that they don't think about the questions that sort of lead to religious fanaticism. And so I think that we've built that, right? We've built a place that distracts people from thinking about their mortality, distracts them from these big questions. And I think under those conditions, to finally get to the point, I think that an opening or even a chasm can kind of emerge between what kinds of beauty are valued and true and the good, right? The things that our mortality reminds us to think about, right? And so I think that we have to think about what it looks like to try to close that chasm, right? So I guess that's something that that the first and the third panel really kind of got me thinking about.
I want to emphasize what I think is maybe a kind of takeaway from this entire day, which is the idea that I'll just put it this way, to appreciate beauty means you've got to appreciate. You've got to, again, it's this ratio intellectus distinction. You can't go out and say, I'm really going to look at beauty today and I'm really going to appreciate it in a kind of intentional way that makes it into an object. You have to cultivate, I believe, a kind of appreciative attitude, a disposition to be grateful for what is there, and and a willingness to look around at what's there to be seen and appreciated. Pieper, again, has this wonderful line, man can take nothing that, something having to do, I've botched it, but he can't receive gifts. That's the ultimate takeaway. We don't know how to receive a gift, and that's really true. I was talking about this in class with my students the other day. I said, have you ever, been ill and received a dinner from somebody and felt at once, this is so nice and I'm so thankful, but now I owe you? Yikes, I'd much rather be the person delivering the dinner than the one receiving it. And Pieper is so good at saying, actually, the most important things are gifts. I mean, obviously, the grace of God is a gift. And I think to the extent that we can cultivate in ourselves a disposition to appreciate and to receive unearned gifts, that's a tremendous benefit. I also think that that's a wonderful way of understanding modern conservatism. I mean, I think this is not the subject of this day, but I think modern conservatism is doing itself a real disservice by emphasizing all the things that are wrong with the world and the things we need to change and fix. Whereas, I mean, to me, the essence of conservatism is a kind of gratitude. And to the extent that that's gratitude for beauty, I think that's something that we can take away and put into practice in our own lives.
Thanks to both of you. If I might just wrap us up and then hand it over to Margarita. One of the things that I heard many times over is the difficulty of festivity, of keeping the feast in late modern life. And it can kind of be debilitating because, right, while I have some control over some things, I can't sort of end, like, I haven't yet found a way to shut Facebook down or end the technocratic regime yet. On the other hand, one of the things I think in conversations outside of the official sessions I had was that in a lot of ways, all of us in this room are involved in like creating, to be prophets of possibilities, of alternative realities of cultures that create spaces of possibility in a world, that those often small grow over time and create movements. And so sometimes I have to remember that I don't need to fix, for example, the totality of Catholic higher education tomorrow, of which no one has hired me to do. But that I actually do have an array of spaces where I can do this, and that I have freedom to act, right? That there's freedom then in keeping this feast in these spaces. And so, we began last night by reminding ourselves, at least in an initial talk, that we needed to be both optimistic and pessimistic, but I suppose I'm somewhat optimistic that there's so many people creating these spaces throughout the US and that working together we can do this. So on that note, there's nothing left to do but to thank our two panelists and turn it back over.
Thank you. It has been a great pleasure to have all of you here today. I do not want to keep you long. I will just make a few brief comments. Someone asked me just a minute ago, what do I think I'll take away from this day? Well, just a few things I want you to ponder. One, I was really struck when we heard earlier that one thing I often hear people say is, well, people can't really agree on what's beautiful. And I heard someone here say today, no, actually, many panelists said, there's a lot of agreement on what's beautiful. And frankly, if we can't identify things that we all think is beautiful, on what are we going to base our shared loves and our friendships and our life in common? So this question about beauty is really urgent. Second, I would say, and we just heard this, I think beautifully said, beauty leads to gratitude. It's very easy to look at everything that's wrong, and there's a time and a place for that. But one of the reasons I'm so passionate about this topic is precisely that I have seen exposing students to the philosophy and theology of beauty, showing them great art, taking them someplace to experience beautiful music, leads to gratitude. And gratitude is the foundation of friendship, and it's the foundation of building a life in common. So I would just say, I want to now just, in gratitude, thank everyone once again who made today possible. This event really could not have been possible without the very hard work that went into organizing this, putting on the technology. Trey has been back there live streaming this. This is our first live stream event. It's reached hundreds more people. We're going to cut the videos and put it up. I'm really grateful to Joanna for her beautiful icons, for her beautiful catering, the cake that she baked when I told her to buy the cookies and she baked a cake instead. Just that touch of personal beauty that she brought to this event, to my collaborators at Scala, Bill Gonch, Henry Burt, Kyle, everyone who was labored to make this possible. I really also, just as I said this morning, felt strongly about doing this because I felt that for so long, neglecting beauty in my own education, in my own life, was a sin of omission. And I think that beauty in nature, beauty in beautiful music, beauty in the architecture of this campus is waiting for us to appreciate it. I will end by saying, I did hear a rumor, if you want to hear some beautiful music by Paul Jernberg, I heard it will actually be performed at a church about an hour from Princeton, St. John's, and Allentown tomorrow while Paul's still in town. If you're visiting from out of town, we have beautiful churches right here in Princeton. We have had people today with us from Nassau Presbyterian, All Saints Episcopal, Trinity Episcopal. There's many beautiful places of worship right here in town for those of you staying overnight. For those of you looking to go out to eat, Princeton is something of a tourist spot, so I would say go now and good luck. And finally, I will say that all of the work that Scala has done since 2016 to try to restore classical liberal arts education and return beauty to our schools, our places of worship, and our culture wouldn't have been possible without the by now close to 200 people who have taken money out of their hard-earned pockets to donate to support activities such as this. So my last request for you is that on your way out, I have left an evaluation. If you could please write a few words about how you heard about this, what it means to you, what are you going to do with this event? It's really going to help me thank the people who made this possible. And next to that, you will see a card which explains to you a little bit about Scala's mission and how you can support these kinds of activities, our forthcoming book, and future work. I ask you to just take with you prayerfully those cards and consider whether or not you are able to join the couple of hundred people over the years who, through many small donations, make these kinds of events possible. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your evening.